The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Well-Being.
That's it. You've won the debate. He cannot out-debate that. You are going to reject everything that's anti-white. Let him make his case to the audience that he and you and the audience should all be anti-white. Let him do that. Please, let's give him the biggest stage so that he can do that, so that the millions of our white people will see, wait a second, if this isn't about being fair to non-whites and we're ending up harming white people in the conclusion, then I'm going to reject that as well. You cannot talk someone out of the position of white well-being or of white people, the right of white people to live or survive. Does that make sense? It doesn't matter how good a person is at debating. It doesn't matter, or arguing. It doesn't matter how good a person is at debating. It doesn't matter how good they are at arguing. It doesn't matter how great their verbal IQ. There is nothing they can say on planet Earth to invalidate our right to survive, to invalidate our right to well-being. There is nothing they can say. Does that make sense? You can take a white mute who fights and serves white well-being, and you can put him or her up against the most talented, the most shrill harridan, the most verbally high IQ harridan anti-white beast, and she can still not invalidate our right to exist, our right to well-being, by way of argument with that mute. Does that make sense? When I have the objective of white well-being and someone else has the objective of white well-being, and we both disagree on how to get there, if the other person has made a stronger argument, I adopt their position. I don't have, there's nothing about anything that I come up with that I would allow to get in the way of white well-being for a second. If something better comes along, it's adopted, period.
trying to tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts, and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have I strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
It is a white positive happy Mother's Day to all of the women of the West out there. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Church of the West. Featured stories today. The Go Free Practice to the Go Free Praxis. What exactly is that? We'll be talking about that today for our lesson of the day. We also have the Anti-Nonwhite Lifecycle reveals everything about the anti-nonwhite schmucks. There is a war brewing, taking place right now. We'll be talking about the anti-Jew civil war. Thank God it's happening. And what are taboo takes exactly? And what does that mean? How does it help us to understand the context in which we live? Your comments and questions. And then there's this. Carl confesses to his buddy Steve that he's been sleeping with Alan's wife. He says it will only be one more time, and he needs Steve to occupy Alan at the bar for a couple of hours. Steve hates the idea because he couldn't imagine how awful it would be for his wife to be cheating on him, but he caves in. While Steve and Alan were having drinks at the bar, Alan could tell that something wasn't right with Steve and finally demands to know what's going on. Steve breaks down and says, Alan, Carl's having an affair with your wife. He talked me into keeping you here for several hours. Alan puts his hand on Steve's shoulder. Steve, you better get on home. My wife's been dead for years. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor and the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And happy Mother's Day. I love you, Mom. Happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers, the white positive mothers, the women of the West. Happy Mother's Day to all of you. And I've seen some of our champs already showing up, celebrating a Mother's Day. Not going to be that guy's wife. It's not a very good mother. I hope she's not a mother, but she's not a very good wife. Probably a termagant. Probably just another shrew, a termagant woman. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It is a glorious day in service to white well-being to be able to get together with all of you. Church of the West. I am your hierarch, Jason Kuna, and you have arrived at the right place if you want to make some changes in the world. We have an eclectic Church of the West today on this Mother's Day, and I hope you all have had an opportunity to reach out to your mother, to say Happy Mother's Day, to tell her you love her, to turn to the heavens and tell her you love her. God bless all the great mothers and all the great memories that they have given us. We're going to be talking about actually a study during our quick news and laughs that was done on an entire country of the entire population and how to make women, how to get women to be mothers, but I guess more specifically per the study, how to prevent them from becoming mothers. It's the study kind of actually verified it. It's done. It's figured out. Great to see everybody who is here today. Thank you all for coming over. I see Yiz the Univar, Rapunzel, Justin, Brian, Brent Danger. I saw Fornall and Biospirit of the West. Dan is here. Roger is here. Julian is here. So many champions showing up. If you would like to gift yours truly while we are together today, and I would deeply appreciate that, especially since we have lost entropy. Do not financially gift on entropy. We could talk about why it's gone. I finally found out one of the big problems, but we finally found out why it's gone. But before we get to that, let me tell you, you can financially gift on the app that permits cash. You can find that in the description and all that I'm going to be mentioning in the description on YouTube. Head on over there where the live stream is, drop down rappel into the description, and you'll find these options available to you there. On the app that permits cash, on Subscribe Star, and over there on Premium Rumble. D-Live, of course, is no more. You can't financially gift there either. So we lost entropy. We lost D-Live. They're hacking away at our ability to pay the bills on the software and equipment and programs and platforms that we use here. So let's not let them undermine us, shall we? You can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org. You'll find in the links there all of the links I just mentioned to help you facilitate those financial gifts, and I deeply appreciate it. You'll also find quite a bit more on nowhiteguilt.org. It is really remarkable. We are an absolute totality of a community. It's all here. The music is here. The clips are here. And while I'm on that, when you head into the description on YouTube, you'll find a block of links at the top, and you'll find music makers from this community. 99% of the music is made in-house plus, and you'll also find the champions making clips of the work that we do here for those out there who are a little quick when they finally bend over and they want to watch something and they're a little quick. They finish a little soon. They can't take anything longer than a few minutes. So we know, we understand. You've seen your doctor. It's not working out. We got it. But we got clips for you so that you'll feel right at home. Check those out. On nowhiteguilt.org, you'll find those. Nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. And if you would like to financially donate to the premier institution in service to white well-being, you could do so. And that is the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. Head on over there, 501c3. It's the white man's ADL, the white man's NAACP. It is the only one that has ever done anything and achieved anything positive for white people. Check it out. You'll also find over there the brand new White Wellbeing Radio. The coolest shit, the soundtrack for our revolution is playing 24 hours a day. You are living your life as the central figure of our story, the reclamation of our destiny, the arresting of our victimization. You need a soundtrack. You'll find it there. So go check it out. It's a beautiful thing. You can comment on all of the aforementioned platforms for financially gifting, but you can also comment directly to yours truly as @NoWhiteGuilt, and you can do so over here on YouTube. The live chat is up and running. Make sure you switch it from top to live chat so that you will be less likely to have comments deleted and absent for you from others. Switch it on over to live chat. You can also comment, of course, on Premium Rumble and on Odyssey and on X. Make sure you tag me, and please share what we are doing here. Share the work that we are doing, because it is, and we're going to be talking about the anti-Jew civil war that's taking place. God, thank you. It is a wonderful thing. These Muppets, these absolute Muppets are going at it once again with each other. You got to love it. Let's hope, God, wouldn't it be nice if it was an actual war and they could kill all each other, and then it would be the end of it. We wouldn't have to deal with them anymore. We got so many things. They're the ones who are ultimately keeping white well-being back. We would be so much further if it weren't for that. You know where I wanted to start today on Church of the West? We have so many of these claims incessantly, and we can explain exactly why there are such claims, why there are people who fervently believe that there is no victimization of white people. There is no persecution. There is no prosecution. There is no fleecing of the white race. We can tell you exactly why that happens. And we can also show you the evidence we do regularly here about the specific cases of our victimization. It's actually ubiquitous. It's actually omnipresent everywhere you go. So we can take a look at that right away. A couple of examples. And why do we show such examples? It's not just to get angry and stew and talk about how unfair it is, because that's what the loser schmucks, the anti-nonwhites, do. No, we share these things so that you can take this into the battle of conversations where you use these stories as a catalyst to introduce the lexical and dialectical armory of Go Free, which you'll find out becomes the Go Free praxis in society. So we'll be talking about that a little later. You're not going to want to miss it, because we have so many of these people who claim that we didn't do what we did, and it's just everything. It's just happening magically. It doesn't happen magically. It is science. It is people. It is heroism. It is courage. It is intelligence. And it is the white race now entering the conflict, the battle of ideas on the moral plane where the battle is fought. You're not going to want to miss that. So stick around. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. That is the foundation for white wellbeing.org. And that's the real one right there. You can see Radio White Wellbeing. You click that, and awesome music will begin playing for you. You don't want to miss it. The Nameless One, and Sean is here. Cindy Ben is here. Sean was here like right away, and he's like, let's do this. Good to see you. Big salutes. Big salutes to you, good brother. Well, let's share this. This is our great biospirit of the West. And he's sharing in this tweet the systemic anti-whiteism and what exactly does it look like. Our educational institutions are required to be anti-white in order to operate. End all anti-whiteism for good. Brilliantly written. Well, let's take a look at this. Since 2009, according to this poster, says here, medical schools have had to prove that they sufficiently discriminate against white men. Now, that is magnificent by this content creator to craft the language this way. It's not that they have been required to prove that they are helping blacks and Hispanics, non-whites, women. It's that they have to prove. You see, the focus is on us. It changes everything to put the focus on us. They have to prove that they discriminate against white males. Achievement mission, appropriate diversity outcomes is what it's called. To get accredited, they have to prove that they discriminate against white males. You wonder, you go to the doctor's offices, you go to the emergency room, you get a stay in the hospital, and you wonder, where are all the white male doctors? Why are there so few? I guess white males just really weren't cut out for doctoring. I guess they don't really just want to be doctors. Maybe they're greedy and they're not making enough money as doctors. And now we have all of these better doctors, all of these women, all of these Indians, all of these Asians, all of these others. They're not there because the institutions where they would be educated, in order for those institutions to get accreditation, they have to discriminate against the white males in enrollment. They have to discriminate against them. The decline was not simply an organic demographic shift, nor can it be understood apart from the regulatory structure that governed medical education during this period, beginning in the late 2000s and early 2010s. Diversity goals. Now remember that diversity means white erasure. Always talk about it in this fashion. Were formally embedded into the national accreditation standards that medical schools and residency programs were required to satisfy in order to continue operating. Now, let me stop the poster right here, because we know that the moment they made it formal was the moment they weakened the anti-whiteism. This has been taking place for generations. This discrimination against the white male has been taking place for generations. The San Diego Medical School, for example, was before what they're talking about here. This has been happening for generations. They've been why? Because the social morality demanded it. The social morality demanded that the interpretation of the rules, or the interpretation of who gets into the school, incorporates this social morality of anti-whiteism, that white males they've had it good. They didn't build Western civilization. They are not actively Western civilization, which is, to be accurate, is to say what they actually are. They are white males are Western civilization. No, they've somehow acquired something. They've stolen something, and now they're all having it good, riding high. All white males are the richest of all white males. All white males are the best looking, are the healthiest, are the wealthiest, are the etc. most talented. They're all the exact same. And so the moral thing to do is to keep them out. Well, they'll figure it out, right? Nothing really, they'll figure it out somehow. They won't be admitted to the medical school. No, instead, they're going to bring in non-whites and women. This has been going on for generations. The reason why you see it finally formalized, and this is where so many cucks get it wrong, so many midwits get it wrong, is they think that once it's in writing, then that means it's legitimate. This is where the normal white brain fails so very often. They just don't understand, and they can't follow proper leadership. They think what's ever written down on the paper, that's the real thing. Just like they find that the maps are more real than the actual environment. This is a failing of the mind of Western kind. So they're looking for, well, when did this become formalized? It became formalized after generations of its application. That's how it finally got to the point of being formalized. So if you don't ask the right questions, you can't get to the right answers. If you think it was just the formalization in the 2000s, then you are inclined to ask questions that bring you to erroneous answers. Like, what exactly happened right then? Oh, someone was inducted into a position of power. Someone was appointed. Someone was elected. And so we have to go after those specific slots, and we have to have those specific county boards or medical boards decide from now on some. So we have to get on these boards. We have to make sure that the next person that gets elected to office that wants this kind of thing is not the kind of person that's going to want this. You see how you end up at the wrong answers when you don't have the right questions, and you don't have the right questions because you have the wrong understanding. Anti-whiteism has been in effect, in vogue, effectuating the discrimination and injury and victimization of our people for generations. That's why there have been fewer and fewer and fewer white male doctors. It finally reaches the point where they can write it down, which is the absolute weakness of it. Because you can see now the only administration, and we're going to be talking about this, the only administration to stand up for the white race at all is the Donald Trump administration, despite to hell with what all the taboo grifters would tell you about how it's been a terrible mistake and Donald Trump's just totally betrayed us. And it's bullshit. Anybody saying that kind of thing needs to find a roof and be bad at balance. That's what they need to do, because they are liars, pouring wormwood and poison and rumors on the energy that we can be making use of in service to white well-being. They are acerbic. They are garbage. They are poison. Everybody say they're just mad because at root, their only agenda is to injure Jews. And people like that are sick. They're not for the well-being of white people. They are sick. Get a therapist. All right. And they're mad that he's not injuring Jews. And so they're going to ignore all the good. And there is infinite good that is happening from the Trump administration for white people everywhere we turn. We got 2 more years of this, folks. You are blowing it if you allow these vile little shits to make you think that everything is horrible today coming from the Trump administration. Man, you are an idiot, honestly. So let's continue. They finally formalized it, 2000s, and the diversity goals were for the white erasure was formally written into the standards of medical schools were required. Okay, in 2009, the Liaison Committee on the Medical Education, LCME, the accrediting body for U.S. medical schools, adopted standard 3.3. Now, I got to just also say this. If you go into the conversation about our victimization and you're only talking about the 2000s forward, You're going to be laughed out of the room. Anti-white is going to say to you, oh, well, you all have, it's been all for the good of you all for thousands of years. Don't make this error. Listen to what your hierarch has to say. Be intelligent for once if you're just coming to Church of the West. This 3.3 standard required institutions to, quote, achieve mission appropriate diversity outcomes among its students, close quote. So translate that for the effect on our people. So let's do that. It required, standard 3.3 required institutions to, quote, to achieve mission appropriate white and specifically white male erasure outcomes among its students. No victimization of the white race. So you ask, Jason, how can they come to us and say that with absolute confidence, with a willingness to literally die, that level of confidence? Because the human animal lives in the anti-white narrative. It only and always lives in a narrative. You probably can't understand this. You don't have to understand it, just like you don't have to understand electricity to make use of it. Muppets. You just have to do what works, all right? Especially you Fuentes followers, the white ones, who are thinking about coming away from that exiguous, bovarous little shit. Schools are obligated to provide evidence of effective recruitment and retention programs, including the offering and acceptance of positions to qualified students, faculty, and staff applicants who are in the school's diversity group. So you wonder why so many institutions are so female and non-white. The number of white females with college level degrees is colossal and skyrocketing all the time. And the ramifications, we'll talk about this whole Western country studied this specific phenomenon and what it means. So we're going to be taking a look at that during the quick news and laughs coming up here soon, before our main items today, which you're going to be very interested in. We got Fuentes followers attacking yours truly. We got some of their comments. We have the Juiceburg Civil War coming up. Dan Bilzerian and Fuentes facing off. And on the side of Bilzerian, people like Casey Push is over there as well. We got the taboo takes. We got so much to talk about. You don't want to go anywhere. So we have here the entire schools, the staff. Now, what have we seen? When it comes to white males, none of us stick together, except for in this community here. No white male is at an admissions office saying, oh, y'all really got to bring some white guys in here. Son, you're coming to the universe. You're going to be the best brain surgeon ever. I picked you because you're a white guy. Come on in. Never happens. At the job, no employer ever says you were first on the list because you were a white guy like me. But women, they do it all the time. Hook women up all the time. We see the same thing with non-white communities. Not every single person, not every single woman, but we see the exact same thing. This desire to bring in their own. We watch whole fire departments have a female lesbian installed in a position of power, and then she gets rid of everybody but other female lesbians. We have watched this again and again and again. So what happens when this anti-whiteism discriminates against white males and brings these kind of people in? It is this self-referencing, self-feeding system that continues to white erase everything possible that it can from the institutions. And of course, we saw here starting more than a decade ago now back, where increasingly white females are being discriminated against. Thank God in heaven. White females being discriminated against too, a little bit more and a little bit more. Let's throw the coal to that anti-whites. Let's get these bitches thrown out of these institutions so they'll stop knifing white males in the back. This is a requirement that brought about a massive expansion according to this poster here, of DEI bureaucracy within medical schools. Now, what are the ramifications? We can talk about, there's so many angles for this. The white guy that would have discovered the remedy to this heart ailment, to that lung ailment, to this brain ailment, to this neurological ailment. And yes, your females and your non-whites are not making those discoveries. Yes, we are doing the lion's share, white males, of discoveries, of creations, of etc. Fact, it's my, of course, I'll have to say on YouTube, it's my opinion. You could check it out for yourself whether or not that's the case. So the opportunity cost to the totality of Western civilization. Your loved ones will die because those cures, those procedures that would have been created by white males, had they gotten their education, had they gotten into these medical schools. So when you're standing there and your loved one is dying, or when you are in the bed and you're dying of something that could have been remedied, you can thank anti-whiteism. As the non-whites and female doctors look on and they say, we're sorry, there's nothing in the textbooks. We're sorry, there's not a button that could be pressed by, built by a white man to do this for us. We're sorry, you die, your loved one dies, you lose your leg. Whatever it is, your cancer can't be cured. Whatever it is. What about the opportunity cost to these white males? How many of these guys end up not getting what they've trained for, worked for, have the latent abilities for, the intelligence for, the creativity for, to be able to do more? What happens to them when they get denied again and again and again, and they learn that the world is against them, that there's nothing they can do? They can't be smart enough. Their grades can't be good enough, because the bottom line is that they were born white. And that's where our focus should be. How many of these guys kill themselves? The ultimate white flight. We know for sure. We know for sure. Families aren't started. We'll be taking a look at a study. Families are not started as a consequence of these guys not being able to go out and get a good paying job. They'll figure it out, according to the anti-whites. They'll figure it out for themselves. At every job, that's what's being said. What happens to a white guy that's paid all of his dues to work in a specific field of work, and then can't get any work there and has to go work someplace else? What is his emotional state? How positive or negative is he on the world? How is that going to be communicated to potential partners? How is that going to be communicated to finally when he gets married? How is that going to be communicated to him and to those around him when he has an opportunity to maybe work on a city council or board? He's not going to. He's not even going to be allowed. Look across our counties. Look across our cities. All of these counties, city boards, school boards, etc., are full of the Star Wars cantina. Well, we have this guy, Jamal Johnson, youngest doctorate in Missouri history. Got his, yeah, okay, he can't put a sentence together, but he's still got a doctorate. When he was 21 years of age, can't speak a full sentence, doesn't know the capital of his own state, but he's going to be on the city commission. He's going to be on the board. He's going to be making decisions. And what's going to happen when he's surrounded by a bunch of white females that hate white males and are girl bosses, are termagant, harridan, shrew bitches? Well, they're going to work with him. We just saw a video just the other day of some county board where all the white females and non-white males, and I think there was one white guy there as well, are all in on a crooked scheme. And some white guy from some lowly department is stepped up and he said, hey, who owns this LLC? Who's behind this? And where is the money going? We know, and I want you to say it here. And they're like, oh, well, this isn't a courthouse. We're not investigating. Make your statement and step down. The corruption is everywhere. This is how the West declines. This is how the West dies. It doesn't just end here, does it? I have over here to my right, your left. Tree Godfather sent me something. How about this little ditty? I'd like to show you this. I couldn't pull it up on this machine, but I'd like to show you this. This is from Illinois, and a squat, non-white looking, kind of Hispanic looking, Caitlin S. Hill has just been brought into the police department. She couldn't wrestle a guinea pig out of its carrot. This is so what happened to the white guy that was white erased by this? That's what we should be talking about. Gets worse. It's not just because she's non-white and squat and female that a white guy got white erased for her. And maybe you think about how sort of malevolent that is. A white man in his life, white erased. A whole life. And nobody's talking about it but us. Nobody. A taboo grifter will mention it for a moment to go after the taboo of your choice. Do nothing about it whatsoever. So, says, pleased to welcome, the chief says, Caitlin Hill as the newest, WAMIC police officer. Caitlin has spent the last 16 weeks at the Southwestern Illinois Police Academy in Belleville, Illinois. Just imagine when she shows up, and I don't know about you all, but if I have a reason to call the police, I want absolute stud white men showing up. I want white guys that could pick my white ass up and run with me from danger. I want white guys that will show up like in Rambo and will take care of the problem for which I called them. I don't want some little squat sombrero wearing woman show up who's not even going to be able to defend herself. How many videos do we got to watch of them not being able to defend themselves? And men that are just watching have to step in to help the female police officer. But she's been training for 16 weeks, Jason. She's got it down. She's good as any man. She's better than a man. Just don't let the men play sports with them or compete academically with them because the men kick the shit out of them. But otherwise, females are better than men. Remember the anti-white mean pathogen? She will now spend the next 10 to 12 weeks in field training. Caitlin is an absolute welcome addition to our police force. Please welcome her to our city police force. We look forward to her dedication and enthusiasm as she pursues her career in her career. So now she has what the white man didn't get, the stud white man that you and I needed, that you want showing up for your loved ones when they need a white male stud to come protect them. So what's going to happen what happens to that white guy? What happens to all of us when she's the one who's going to be showing up? Her dedicated and enthusiasm to her new career. So the white guy, he doesn't get the career. He doesn't get the government job. He doesn't get the good pay, not great pay, but he doesn't get the good pay. He doesn't get the retirement. He doesn't get an opportunity to climb the ladder to prove himself that he's a total epic stud as a police officer, protecting the community. What does he get? Who knows? Anti-whites don't care. Taboo grifters, anti-nonwhites, they don't give a shit. They can't stop talking about blacks and Jews long enough to care about the white guys that didn't get this job. Don't listen to anybody like that. Enough of these people. The SPLC pays for their strategy. And all of them just conveniently ignored those indictments. They wanted to talk about other things. Where they talked about the SPLC, they didn't talk about the SPLC's indictment of their strategy that they employ. They wanted to talk about other things relative to, the SPLC's always been criminal. What do you think? Have they always been criminal? Well, yeah, they've always been criminal, says the anti-Jew. Well, let's move on. No shit, let's move on. What a joke. That's like a company that produces fire retardant clothing for children. And they tell everyone on every commercial all day long, take a look at our fire retardant clothing. It's perfectly safe. And if your child, if your little Bobby or Susie is out in the world and there's a fire, your child will be safe because they wear this fire retardant material that we produce for them. And they talk about their product endlessly. It's on all the commercials. Every time they get together, they're talking about
the fire retardant material for children. And then come to find out, some lab does an investigation. Not only does the clothing not retard catching fire or prevent flames from igniting them, it does the opposite. The clothing ignites within feet of any open flame. It immediately ignites. And the news promulgates all over. And then the company wants to talk about the next time they get together in some sort of open forum or with their commercials, they want to talk about how does the increased sales of fire extinguishers undermine the sale of this life-saving clothing. That is a Jew hater 100%. That is an anti-Jew 100%. They don't want to talk about the fact that the SPLC pays for that strategy. So let's find out about Caitlin Hill. Let's find out about her. Not only is she non-white and female, Caitlin Hill has a criminal history of DUI, driving on suspended licenses, reckless driving, and leaving the scene of an accident in 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, respectively, with the most recent arrest for DUI in 2024, while she was allegedly attending the police academy. She further is reported to be living with a man who was arrested in 2022 for pistol whipping a female, of which Hill was allegedly on scene for that incident. And this is the thing that they white erased white males for. So it's not for the good. It's never been for the good of the community. It's never been for the good of the group to which she belongs, to put their worst in positions of power. It's always and only ever been just to injure the white race. Talk about that, or you're not for white well-being. You're not for white people. So from now on, when you see people prattling on and on, anti-Jew, anti-black, this, just say, oh, I thought this was a space for the well-being of white people. That's not what you are. That's not what, this is what the SPLC pays for. I hope you're getting a fucking check. Because if you're not, what a dipshit. And it doesn't end there. One more thing, then we'll get into our quick news and laughs, I think. Let's see. Oh, look at this. Cornell vaccine mandate only applies to white students. I had to look this up. I said, no, this can't be true. This cannot be true. I had to look it up. It's true. All of the non-whites at Cornell are given opportunities for waivers. They show you a white female here, but I didn't dig deeply enough. But I bet you could find a waiver for white females. I bet you could find a way for white females. But all of the other groups, it's like the blacks, they have a waiver, and indigenous people have all these other groups have waivers to not have to get these, what I personally believe are poisonous shots in order to attend the university. Who told you this a decade ago? Who told you eventually the vaccines and the experimental vaccines and everything else under the sun would only, that white people would be the only ones required to take them, and everyone else would have an opportunity to say no thanks? Because it's obvious, it's anti-whiteism. It's easy to see where it's going. It's easy to see where the thinking will go when you're white positive, when you understand the human animal, when you understand white well-being, when you understand the social morality of the West. It's easy to predict. So I was telling you all this a decade ago. A decade! No one else. And then here you are. Cornell vaccine mandate only applies to white students. Check it out for yourself, and you can see if it's accurate or not. How about this? U.S. Rights Agency
sues New York Times for discriminating against a white man passed over for promotion. Who's doing this? I have to ask all of the taboo grifting filth out there. And that's what you are. You're filth. You've been doing everything you can to demonize Trump and the Trump administration because you're filth. The only in undermining that administration, the only administration that will ever in your lifetime do anything for white people. This is the Department of Justice under Donald Trump. The EEOC under Donald Trump. Nobody else is going to do this. No Mitt Romney Republicans, damn sure no Democrat that people like anti-Jews like Lil Nicky, taboo grifters like Lil Nicky would have installed in office. So no discrimination, no persecution of white people. A federal civil rights agency filed discrimination lawsuit Tuesday against the New York Times, claiming that the news organization passed over a white male employee for a promotion in favor of a lesser qualified split-tail bitch to meet its anti-white, white erasure goals. So we just say it's white erasure goals or it's anti-white goals. Don't say diversity goals. Use their terminology, you legitimize their ideology. New York Times called the lawsuit politically motivated and said it would defend itself vigorously. Of course it will. And then it will just change the names. It will just change the interpretation. It will just change the way the process is carried out. And then they will still arrive at anti-white outcomes because you haven't addressed the social morality. This is our and my biggest criticism of the Trump regime. And it's what, by way of our strategy, go free practice to go free praxis, we are effectuating change in. Because we are not dumbass anti-nonwhite scum like you all. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. I mean, this department is fighting for white people in all but name everywhere. Filing lawsuits, sending letters to governors. We'll sue the living shit out of you if you do this. Nothing like this happens anywhere else. So keep telling me how Trump and his administration is a big betrayal. Keep spreading the negativity so that you can undermine the only administration doing good stuff for white people. I truly disdain anyone doing that. Don't even think that you can have even the most tangential relation with me. If you are undermining the only administration doing anything ever for white people. The EEOC claimed the news organization publicly stated goals of increasing the number of women and people of color. Who has been harping for decades, long before being online? I was arguing with people in the streets, in meetings, that every company has white erasure goals at the beginning of every quarter. We're going to white erase this many. Every university does it. Every single community college, university, whatever it is, we are going to white erase this number of white males. Of course, they'll say, we are going to increase diversity by this much. And then at the end of the quarter, they celebrate achieving the goals. Or they fall a little short of the goal and they say, don't worry, we're putting extra money and energy behind it to really victimize white people. We'll get rid of, especially these white males, as quickly as we can. So they're actually telling you, when these people, I used to take printed stories to people. I used to print stories out. Back when I worked on the Hill, I printed stories and I would bring stories. Here is IBM. Here is Apple. Here is Ford. Here is every company you can think of. Articles about them in Economic Times and so many others. And they're bragging about the white erasure goals. Bragging about it. EEOC says they're bragging about it at the New York Times. Number of women and people of color in its leadership ranks influenced the decision to exclude white males who had applied for these leadership positions. And one of these white males decided he was going to go to the Trump administration. They ended up, of course, advancing 3 women and a black guy. The EEOC chair, Andrea Lucas, a Republican, has been a staunch champion of the Trump administration's campaign against corporate diversity policies, white erasure policies that she argues veer into discrimination against white men and others. So yeah, tell me again, motherfucker. Tell me again how bad Trump and the administration is. Fucking just get gone. Get you all. So many of these people who want to undermine the Trump administration right now, they have no problem. They love talking about like it's the boomers. The boomers need to die. No, there's a group that needs to die. Trust in that. And it ain't them. No one is above the law, including elite institutions. There's no such thing as reverse discrimination. All races. So that's what Andrea Lucas is saying. No such thing as reverse discrimination. All race or sex discrimination is equally unlawful, according to the long-established civil rights principles, Lucas said in a statement. No matter the size or power of the employer, the EEOC, under my leadership, will not pull punches in ensuring even-handed, colorblind enforcement of Title VII to protect American workers, including white males. Whole group that needs to go. I got to tell you that. There is a whole group that needs to go. Let's get into our quick news and laughs, ladies and gentlemen, so we can get into our main stories today. This is white women. She says, white women, learn to appreciate your white men. I want to take a look at this. I interrupt the music, but take a look at all this stuff. The white males making Western civilization work because white males are Western civilization. Nobody can replace us. Even if we put buttons in there, nobody can replace us. There is no West without us. So think about all the times that women say they don't need no man. Think about all the white women out there that think that they can, quote, do it on their own. Look at these absolute beasts. Let's hear it for the white males, ladies and gentlemen. Quadruple 07s for white men. Let's get some live emoji hearts. Let's get some hearts and raucous emojis for the white men making the world go round. He says, don't play. Fernald says, whatever you do, don't play the ZZ Top. Look at this. Every walk of life. And these are the guys, these are the people being excluded. Your sons, your cousins, your brothers. Look at that. Beast. Beast mode. And here we have the Fuentes battle. Dan Bilzerian. Now, I love this. The Emperor's New Clothes. Going and Fuentes' head on there. Here is Fuentes with a troll that had just crawled out from under a bridge. Laura Loomer. You should have, I warned you back then. Everything he did has always been for him. Groypers tagging the ATF, trying to get Arvil and Return to the Land Waco'd. Here's a Groyper tagging. It says ATF HQ. Word on the street is this guy has an illegal weapon manufacturing on his property. But the worst thing is he doesn't have the proper tax stamps. Can you look into this? It's getting ugly in the anti-Jew civil war. Dan Bilzerian, I'm in possession of some disturbing content I can't even post. The amount of routine death threats and doxing threats made by Nick Fuentes by proxy through groypers, like it's natural for them. They chant, Christ is king, then call for people to be murdered. I told you all this. Now, this is exactly how they operated, and you all saw it with your own two eyes. Nick will be held responsible for running online doxing, fear, and harassment organizations to silence Americans and control politics. This is terrorism. Nick and the groypers are a terrorist faction. Why is he saying that? Because Casey Putsch here tweeted that he was being threatened by groypers. They were threatened to burn down his house and potentially kill him and his family. How many times have I told you all that you oppose the anti-Jew taboo grifter Fuentes, and then this is what comes out? And it's not only just stuff like this. It's the destroying, the attacking, and ruining of your reputation so that no one will listen to you. Lucas Gage, though, two prominent people have decided to side with Fuentes while hordes are lining up behind Dan Bilzerian. Lucas Gage is one of the ones who has joined Fuentes. And I didn't know this about Gage, but apparently Gage has flipped. And it's the second time this guy has flipped. Lucas Gage, a far-right influencer who left the JQ movement, disavowed anti-Semitism, and is building bridges with the Jewish community. Folks, I talk about it right here in Go Free. He's playing the what? The repentant villain. It's an arc I've seen countless times. I teach you about it. Once you know about it, you'll see it everywhere in the world around you. You'll understand things and stop being such a muppet. So this guy has flipped. He's now playing a repentant villain. Apparently, this is the second time he's played the role of repentant villain. If you ever had faith in Lucas Gage, you got to question your decision making, and you got to get right with yourself, because he was never legitimate. But he is standing up with Fuentes along with the skank Lily Gaddis. Lost one there. Probably they're getting him taken down. Here's Fuentes. And listen to what he has to say here about doxing, quote, hillbilly.
They're not exclusively men who have sex with men. Now, maybe they're curious. I don't care what they do in their personal lives. As long as they're here to dox hillbilly, as long as they are soldiers. Look, I don't care how gay they are. As long as they're my loyal cult members that give me money and dox hillbillies when I give the command, as long as my gay followers are unquestionably loyal cultists who will give me money and dox hillbillies when I say so, and they're not exclusively men who have sex with men.
Okay. So you just heard, there's so many videos like this of Fuentes. So he's saying all of his gay followers, they're not exclusively having sex with guys, only every now and again. As long as they're cultish followers and they destroy the people that he wants destroyed, then he's good with them. Don't forget, and this story really went into the memory hole, I guess it was last year. Fuentes ran into the openly homosexual reporter Glenn Greenwald, and that's how this story ended up getting out. Fuentes admitted to it, but somehow it then, probably because of Fuentes' followers, disappeared. Ran into Fuentes at a gay bar in D.C., in Washington, D.C. Never forget that. This is your big, based Catholic nationalist, Christ is king. This is how he destroy the people that I say. I don't care what kind of lifestyle you have, as long as you're destroying the people that I say to destroy. I think the one that was missing there was the one of Casey Putsch in the hospital after losing atrociously, exactly as I said he would. He ends up in the hospital in the Republican primary. We don't know why he's there. Hope he gets better. And Fuentes tweeted about Casey, saying that nasty things about him being in the hospital. And then a mocking, hope you get better, bud. Me and what was her name? Acton, the Democrat, are going to take care of things moving forward in Ohio. Here is another tweet saying, explain to me why regular people got nearly 4 years in prison for being at J6, but this instigator with a megaphone got nothing. Don't forget, right down here is the Fuentes said out of the megaphone, break down the barriers and disregard the police, among other things. Nothing happened to him. Sounds like a Fed to me. And I told you all when he assaulted Marla Rose, you can go back and watch the video. I told you all that if nothing happens to him, then that will be the nail in the coffin, that he's protected by the feds. And guess what? Nothing happened to him. It couldn't be more obvious. I would rather have more faith in this guy here. This guy's a Bigfoot hunter. Let's hear what he has to say.
A monster in the woods. And he said, a monster.
I think he got a little too close to Bigfoot.
So yes, sir, I seen a monster in the woods.
I've
never seen anything like this before. He said, what did it look like? And I told him, and my shock to me,
I was shocked there.
Me and my grandfather were super close. And he goes, you seen a woodburger?
You seen a woodburger. You seen a woodburger. That's what you see in the forest. Here's some things being done by Trump and the Trump regime that taboo grifters like Fuentes and so many others have convinced you that they're doing nothing, and it's a big loss and a big betrayal. Just in, Trump department is officially moving to denaturalize swaths of, quote, U.S. citizens who either committed frauds or tied to terrorism or committed to other crimes. So I guess he's just betrayed the white race. How about this? Freed Ridgeland Beagles gets to be a real dog for the first time. These were the beagles that were being medically experimented on. Horrible. This is why we fight and why we keep fighting until every single one is safe and secure. Who made this release possible? The Trump administration. Kennedy himself made this possible. So think about that when you want to undermine the Trump administration a little bit more.
What is that? You want to go swim, buddy? What is that? Oh my God, it's instinct, huh? Yeah. Is that the water? You want to touch it? Oh my God. Cutie. Hi, cutie. What's that? That is so precious.
I love this. And this was done by the Trump administration that's doing nothing. How about this? Again, the Trump administration doing nothing. Disney was raided by the feds, and they carried off slews of Disney workers in handcuffs. What were they being arrested for? Many of them were illegal, and the majority of them were involved in child porn ring. This would not have happened under Mitt Romney, under Bush, and it definitely would not happen. Democrats would be facilitating it. So that's what you want more of, taboo grifters.
Did you guys hear about how today Disney Cruise Line employees were just walked off the ship in cuffs?
Darmy Mehta was really pretty upset when she saw her favorite waiter being led away from the boat that was docked here in San Diego.
Just remember, Trump administration is not doing anything. Hate on Trump, pour negativity on the administration so that they can get less done.
With his hands zip-tied behind his back.
For being files and caught partaking in abuse and photography. Federal exploitation sting conducted in America's cruise industry led CBP agents aboard 8 cruise ships in San Diego between April 23rd and the 27th, interviewing 28 crew members, finding that they were all involved in receiving, possessing, distributing, or viewing this exploitation and abuse material.
Okay, so these people had, in this white erased, anti-white Disney and the social morality of the West, they had positions to watch over people's children while the adults went and did adult activities at Disney. Anybody working in a healthy white country, anybody working around children would be constantly watched on video, background checks, device checks, everything under the sun, because obviously child predators are going to take jobs where they can get near children. Children would continue being harmed if the Trump administration were not carrying out these raids. How about this one? The Boston mayor who created the anyone but white people housing program. Do you remember Wu here? You remember her? Well, the feds, Donald Trump, are going after her. The feds have filed a lawsuit, the Donald Trump administration. So tell me again how they're not doing anything for white people. The news is actually endless. How about this? The Secretary of Navy. People say, nobody in a high place ever gets arrested. Trump is just part of the regime. This is the Secretary of the Navy was plotting a coup against the Trump administration. He's now in Gitmo. He was arrested and taken to Gitmo. That's the Trump administration. Here is acting attorney Todd Blanche kicking some serious ass, telling everybody that James Comey, anti-white POS, has been indicted and faces by the Trump administration and faces 20 years in prison. Tell me again how the Donald Trump administration's doing nothing? What you really just mean is that you wanted him to hurt Jews. You didn't care about white people at all. I'm sick of you people. How about this? This would not be happening without the Trump regime in place, because Utah knows that they would be sued by a Mitt Romney Republican Party, federal party in the White House, etc., and absolutely by the Democrats. Utah becomes the most recent U.S. state to require gun safety courses in all public schools. No state would be doing this with a Mitt Romney Republican or Democrat in office. That's a consequence of Donald Trump. You got to love this, ladies and gentlemen. This is the head of the K9 Mafia. Yes, it's Don the Golden, you can call me. The Retriever. It's Don the Golden, the Retriever. Murder up 300% in New York City subway system. Robberies are surging as a consequence of anti-whiteism by way of Mamdani. Let's get some more Democrats in office, shall we? Groyper losers. How about this one? The killer who shoved an old retired teacher to his death. This is him with this great smile. I want you to take a good look at that, because that is the black guy that will end up getting the job at your office with that great smile, with that $1,000 smile. And all of the white women will befriend him and defend him and be his buddy and probably bed down with him because he's got this great smile. Meanwhile, he's got no education and he's violent and a murderer. But he's got this great smile. I want you to really pay close attention to this, because I know I've worked with dozens of black guys like this. This is not a good black guy. But this is the kind of black guy that's going to be adopted by every company. This is the kind of black guy that's going to be carried up the ladder and paid big bucks and empowered by that money to do what he does. This is the one that all the white females are going to defend and befriend and befriend. Take a good look at it. That is deception. And I saw this and I said, I got to show the community because white people are such boobies. They'll see something like this and then immediately conclude, must be a good guy. Look at the smile on him. He's smiling in court after murdering this retired teacher. Take a look at this genius. He's deciding that he wants to slash the tires of this truck here, apparently unaware that these tires are under massive pressure. I think you might know what's about to happen. Oh! Look at I'd say he forgot his piano lessons, but he never had them. He's never hearing anything ever again. Oh, boy. What happened? This from Libs of TikTok. Make sure you're sitting down for this. The organizer, remember I told you last week about the Muslim-only water park day? The woman who the taxpayers are paying for, in my opinion, of course, you'll have to check it out. The Muslim-only water park event in Texas. She also runs a leering center. She runs the Excellence Early Leering Center. Leering. So you might ask yourself, how did she also not get learning correct? Do they think it's actually spelled leering? No, because one of them found a scam that works, and then all of the others just copy it. She literally just copied Leering Center. There she is. There's your great new American, who so many Mitt Romney and Marco Rubio type Republicans would tell you that they're living the American dream. Look how rich she is. What's wrong with you, white guy? Oh, yeah, it's just that every single entity, university, and work discriminates against you on the basis of your birth. But she's getting ahead on all of our tax dollars. What a great American. Here you have, this is, quote, teen takeover, anti-white terrorism, which is what it is, in Chicago. This is what Democrat leadership gets you. So as the groypers argue for more Democrat victories, you can count on this. They took over, they take over streets, they take over intersections. This is what the groypers want more of. This, my friend, this is the last guy in the Iranian Air Force. He's heading off into battle against the American F-18s. Got his lawnmower and propeller. Oh! Here he is off the war. Oh, the Iranians. How about this? Over in the UK, when you have this anti-white garbage state-run medicine, this beautiful young woman shows up at the hospital, 24 years of age, having a hard time breathing. The white erase staff, now remember where we started today about the white erasure of white males in order to get accreditation at medical schools. The white erase staff said, you're just suffering a panic attack. Sit down. They gave her an oxygen mask.
it was attached to nothing. But it didn't matter because in short order, she was dead. She was suffering an aneurysm. No one you can sue for malpractice, an iatrogenic injury. Nothing you can do. This is what state-run medicine does. Anti-white state-run medicine. This is real. Apparently, meet Erin Baker, and, quote, openly trans Jewish lesbian running for the Georgia State House. This is the person that the groypers are endorsing.
Hi, I'm Erin Baker, and I am an openly trans Jewish lesbian running for Georgia State House. Hi, I'm Erin Baker, and I am an openly trans Jewish lesbian running for Georgia State House.
Anti-whiteism did this. Let's give it up for Stopper Anti-whiteism, ladies and gentlemen.
Just ended their DEI, their diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. This on the New York Times. Walmart, once eager to promote diversity, which of course is a code word meaning less white people, anti-whiteism, pulls back amid conservative pressure.
Yes.
Yeah. Axios, another one of these online wastes of cyberspace, laments that Walmart won't be the last company to pull back on DEI. And as you'll see, they certainly aren't the first, because
you are seeing the Go Free Praxis. We'll be talking about that later.
This is a growing trend.
Conservatives fighting back against corporate DEI may have scored their biggest victory yet. Walmart, the nation's largest private employer, just announced it is rolling back its diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives.
They're anti-white initiatives. And we're going to continue changing the culture. And maybe in 2025, we could finally get some of the mainstream conservatives, the Conservative Inc. political pundits and talk show hosts, start using the proper language, proper terminology for this anti-whiteism.
Anti-whiteism. Give it up for that guy. Take a look at this. This guy is one of the funniest you'll ever come across. He's pulling up at this fast food restaurant, and he's pretending like he's a little bit low in the IQ points as he's ordering. Take a listen.
No, my wife's an indigenous marsupial. I just haven't ordered yet because I can't see the menu. I can't find my beef vocals. You could just tell me what kind of sandwiches you got. I'll come right back around. I order them for.
We got croissants that are 2 for $5, sausage, egg, and cheese sauce.
His wife is an indigenous marsupial. Can't find his beef vocals. WTF. Every single Minnesota Senate Democrat just voted against removing dead people from their rolls, their voter rolls. This is what the groypers want. The Democrats will come to power, and that will be the end. They literally just voted. They literally voted to keep dead people on the rolls, the voting rolls, because they use the dead people to cheat. How about the Democrats in Virginia? Let's listen to what this guy has to say about what they're trying to do with abortion in Virginia.
The question approved for the ballot, passed by the General Assembly in House Bill 781 and Senate Bill 449, completely fails to inform the voters that the proposed amendment would overturn and forever prevent many significant aspects of Virginia's regulatory authority, including that the amendment will eliminate parental consent and notification before a minor obtains an abortion. It will eliminate parental notification and consent before a minor undergoes a sexual sterilization procedure, which often occurs in transgender-related surgeries.
This is what the groypers and Fuentes are pushing for.
It will allow any person at all, whether licensed or not, to perform an abortion with total immunity from any state penalties. It will eliminate Virginia's statutory rape laws, which protect minors, by allowing anyone, regardless of age, to engage in consensual sexual activities without limitation. It will effectively end Virginia's ability to set reasonable health and safety standards for the performance of abortions.
Well, I really appreciate...
Absolutely sickening. These are the anti-white Democrats, ladies and gentlemen. This is what these taboo grifting scum are pushing.
Now, here's the study I told you about. I want you to listen closely. Do you want white families? Do you want white families to be getting started again? Do you want big white families? There's something that undermines white families, a lot of things. It's all born out of anti-whiteism. And here's one of the biggest aspects of it. Now, don't go anywhere because we've got Perspicacious Comments coming up. We've got the story on the anti-Jew civil war that is raging and so much more. Let's listen to this.
So this study was not a survey. It did not poll men and women's attitudes or intentions or beliefs or any of that nonsense. It was a longitudinal study using epidemiological data like actual objective variables at the population level. And not just some of the population, not just most of the population, but the entire Danish population from 2004 through 2018. Oh.
So listen to that study. This is beyond gold and platinum standard. The entire population.
And what did that study find? Very simply, the analysis revealed that when men received a permanent pay increase, they were more likely to have children relative to the population baseline.
Okay, did you hear that? When men, they got to get jobs, they get promoted, they get money, and they were more likely to build families relative to the rest of the population.
However, when women received the same increase, they were not just less likely to have children, they were significantly less likely to have children. So this study...
Significantly. So when women get the jobs and they get the promotions and they become girl bosses, white women don't have families. Period. Period. It isn't up for discussion. This is the entire Danish population. When men get the jobs and the promotions, they are more likely relative to the rest of the population to have families and to increase family size. Period. End of conversation. You are not going to be able to have a white race with women in the workplace. Period. At my funeral, I want everyone to get one of these. It says, let's stay in touch.
Can you move your shoulder back a little bit? Okay, actually like a little more forward, like halfway back. Are you okay if I touch you? Yeah.
Don't know how to take instruction either. Oh, this guy's back with Candace.
Okay, Candace, I'm going to give this one more shot because my therapist says that I need to deal with my issues. So let's just not mispronounce any words this time, okay? Because the Jews will use it against you to make you look dumb. So here we go.
Get comfortable, you guys, because it is going to be a long week. I have so many explosive revelations to share with you.
Okay. Revelations. You can do this, Lyle. You can do this. Revelations.
Okay, I'm probably being a little hyperbolic.
Yeah, it's hyperbolic. It's not. I know it's not. It's not like a Super Bowl. Like a hyperbole is hyperbolic.
And I'm not saying that in a hyperbolic way.
Hyperbolic.
You're going to be hyperbolic, and
no one's being hyperbolic because it's not a word. But hyperbolic.
I guess you can just toss another coin in the "I told you so" jar.
Toss another coin.
Toss another coin in the.
Sweetie, toss another coin.
Daily Wire operates like a deranged cult.
Okay, someone please call an ambulance or Hotzola. I think that Candace might have hantavirus from all the rats she surrounds herself with.
No, keep in mind, white people, and specifically white males, have enriched Candace Owens to the tune of over 1 year, dozens of millions of dollars she made. Do you remember when all of the white sympathetic sphere demanded that Candace Owens be our representative at the government to go and speak on it? And all of those people attacked me because I said no black woman is speaking for the white race. That's the woman these people were endorsing. Dog sitting my brother's awkward dog. It looks like it's about to say, well, you going to pass the Doritos or not? Oh my God, look at this thing.
Hello.
Oh my goodness.
Auch wenn du einfach nur entspannen möchtest.
my God. I can't show the rest of that. He waves in a peculiar way. Take a look at this. Another thing the Trump administration is not doing for us.
Moments ago, from the Virginia State Supreme Court ruling
This is actually the Virginia State. Great news. They struck down, of course, the jerry-rigging of the state.
Process to redraw that state's congressional maps is unconstitutional. They had a referendum on this statewide. Shannon Bream is here to join instant.
It's over for them. They're going to be trying to redraw, though. Here it is. Virginia Supreme Court rules Democrats can't just rewrite the Virginia Constitution whenever they feel like cheating in the midterms. But this is what they're going to keep pushing toward. And the Supreme Court in Virginia stopped them this time. But the groypers want more of this. Because once they change those districts, there's never coming back. A photographer captured a family of owls and accidentally ended up with the perfect cover for a music album. I love it. Well. Louise Lucas in Virginia. I told you all about this black woman, Democrat, that the groypers endorse. Third in line or fourth in line in power in the Virginia state government. Well, the feds raided her businesses worth millions of dollars that she was fleecing from not only Virginians, but all taxpayers through federal dollars in Virginia. The groypers want more of this. But Donald Trump's DOJ is putting an end to it.
Okay, so you mean to tell me that a sitting Virginia state senator built a Medicaid-funded empire worth over $42 million. But it was all while overseeing the very same system funding it. Yep, that would be Louise Lucas. There's been so much coming out this week, and according to reports circulating online, Louise Lucas and entities connected to her family operated group homes, transportation services, direct care staffing, real estate that was tied to those homes.
It just goes on and on. It's nothing but corruption with Democrats. Nothing but the rankest, blackest, anti-white, pun intended here, corruption you can imagine. Nearly $50 million, and I'd be willing to bet that they find more of this sort of fleecing of the white race. No wonder once they get in power, they get so wealthy, and from the wealth, infinitely more powerful to do whatever anti-white thing they want. But Nikki Fuentes wants more of that for us. Oh, boy.
Hey, friends. Jason Priestley here. I'm super excited.
Fuck. Yeah. I'm afraid so. We all get old. Even handsome guys like Jason Priestley. Take a look at this joke that this woman played on her mom and dad.
Dad, look at this. You see it?
Yes.
It's a fake egg.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, let's go prank mom with one.
I love it. He's got the absolute dad fit going on. He's got, some people were saying, like, why aren't they talking about his pajama bottoms? What do you mean? That's exactly where they're supposed to be on a man his age.
Loretta, look at this egg.
Yeah, what about it? Oh my nerves. You are an idiot.
What the hell is your problem?
That was supposed to be fake.
Oh, come on, Gary!
Amanda, are you serious?
Oh, that's funny as hell. Are you serious? Hey, this black guy asked someone at work where the color printer was. He was told, bro, it's 2026. You can use whatever printer you want. For now. Liz, give it up for Anglo-Saxon and WG. In reality, anti-whites aren't after you. They're after our children. You need to be in the way. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Big salutes. And finally, we have this, ladies and gentlemen. This elderly woman decided she was going to get herself a couple of cookies from the pantry, and things did not turn out the way that she expected.
Granny, what are you doing?
I'm having a cookie.
Granny, those cookies aren't for you.
What do you mean? They're for everybody, but only for you?
Granny, they're dog treats.
No! No!
Let's rock. No! No!
Seditionists, your rule is illegitimate. We're taking back our cities. We're taking back our states. Seditionists, your rule is illegitimate. You all belong in prison. Guantanamo away. Seditionists, your rule is illegitimate. With traitors and invaders, it's time to close the gates. Seditionists, your rule is illegitimate. No more wire right, no more anti-white hate.
We've got so much good stuff coming up. We got the Perspicacious Comments. We got Fuentes followers attacking yours truly. We have the story about the anti-Jew civil war taking place. We got the life cycle of an anti-Jew movement. Go free practice to go free Praxis. Easy for me to say. Taboo tapes. What are those? We'll be talking about those as well. You don't want to go anywhere. It's all coming up momentarily. Let's rock out to one of our in-house music makers, the great Ivan. Show him some love.
Illegal intruders swarm our borders, swarm our nations. They're no better than burglars. Anti-whites force us to pay them. Hey, white population, stop getting stepped on by cowards. Go free, become a people and strip them off their banners. Seditionists, your rule is illegitimate. We're taking back our cities. We're taking back our space. Seditionists, your rule is illegitimate. You all belong in prison. Guantanamo away. Seditionists, your rule is illegitimate. With traitors and invaders, it's time to close the gates. Seditionists, your rule is illegitimate. No more moderation, no more anti-white hate. In the streets, attacking federal agents. Anti-whites in the seats, backing up our displacement. Anti-whites in the schools, pushing radicalization. Main pathogen, indoctrination. Passage our evil as Satan. It's time for whites to come together, side by side, you and me. It's time for white well-being. It's time to go free. With our minds on southward western kind, we'll stand in unity. Replace boarded up dead zones with thriving white communities. Your rule is illegitimate. We're taking back our cities. We're taking back our states. Seditionists, your rule is illegitimate. You all belong in prison. Guantanamo away. Seditionists, your rule is illegitimate. Now with traitors and invaders, it's time to close the gates. Seditionists, your rule is illegitimate. No more white erasure, no more anti-white hate.
Totally epic tunage, hard rocking, just the way we like it on this Mother's Day. Don't forget, do not financially gift on Entropy, because Entropy is no more. I think you can still watch the stream there for now, but we're getting to our Perspicacious Comments. Ladies and gentlemen, these are comments from the thread that we like to share. Some of the best here. Stan writes, to all the morons saying Trump betrayed white people. The truth is that, like it or not, Trump is the most white positive president that we have had in a very long time. Trump signed the Laken-Riley Act. This allows DHS to detain illegal immigrants who are charged with arrested, convicted, and or admit to burglary, larceny, or shoplifting. Contrary to popular belief of what is being reported, is that Trump did not give up on mass deportations. A lot of his efforts are being undermined by rabidly anti-white judges. There are daily news stories about this. So if he gave up, this would not be the case. There's also reports that a few million have self-deported themselves out of the country. He's using the DOJ to properly prosecute the anti-white terrorist to Carlos Brown, Irina Zarutska's killer, to give him the death penalty. Actually talking about the anti-whiteism white people face in South Africa that no other Republican would even dare. He was speaking positively about British colonialism and the beautiful impact they had in creating the high quality of life in the modern world that we all enjoy today. He moved to make minority-based districting illegal. These districts carve out the majority minority districts, and it dilutes white voting power. It disenfranchises white people. Trump got rid of that. He is using his DHS to go after multi-billion-dollar media outlets licensed like ABC for their blatant anti-white bias. Attorney General Harmeet Dillon sent a letter to the at the discretion of the Trump administration to Governor Abigail Spanberger of Virginia that if she passes the new gun control law recently introduced, SB 749, that would ban assault weapons, so rifles, it would also result in the Trump administration suing the state of Virginia. Also struck down the proposed district map in Virginia that goes from 6 Dems and 5 Republicans to 10 Dems and 1 Republican. His administration is indicting the SPLC for wire fraud, false statements to a federally insured bank, and conspiracy to commit concealment money laundering, which, by the way, the Biden administration knew about and swept under the rug, but Trump is actually acting on it. Let's give it up for the great chatter stand, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely accurate. The groypers, the taboo grifters, they want you to undermine the Trump administration because at heart, they're anti-white garbage. Let's get to the cool Papa J Magic. Stoppa has such a knack for what he does. You all do, but I want to celebrate him specifically at this moment. This is Stoppa Anti-Whiteism. His clips tend to be short and straight to the point and powerful as heck, high quality, aesthetically pleasing, conveying a sense of purpose and urgency. The clips basically say, join us. We need all hands on deck, but we'll move forward with or without you. I adore that man's work. Cool Papa also adds this. I love the victories and the lessons of the day segments. They keep me grounded. It's a weekly reminder that we're not just here to talk about how bad things are or document the decline. We're here to actually heal the sickness in our people and create a future where the coming white generations won't have to suffer the indignities we had to suffer. We've conquered everything that stood in our way up to now, and we will defeat anti-whiteism too. Let's hear it for cool Papa J Magic. Ladies and gentlemen, Perspicacious Comments, just a couple more. Will writes here, it's baffling how people still accuse Jason of being something he isn't. He's talking about like all the claims, Jason's CIA, Jason's etc. He says, I've followed and interacted with his channel for 15 plus years. He's 100% legit. Let's hear it for Will. God bless you, brother. Thank you for standing up for your hierarchy. The great Joe has something to say. He says, the dog has been trained to do his job. He's talking about at the White House Correspondents' Dinner when the dog followed the anti-white black terrorist into that little room off the hallway. The dog has been trained to do his job. The cops, by way of their anti-white narrative and preceding social morality, have been trained how to do their jobs too. We are all programmed by anti-whiteism to act in certain ways in certain situations. All is programmed with the anti-white narrative to give certain responses. AI is programmed to give certain responses within the anti-white narrative. In an anti-white world, going free is the only way out. Let's hear it for Joe, ladies and gentlemen. Epically said. The downfall writes here about little bubble boy Fuentes. Fuentes is very wrong about voting Democrat and being anti-Trump. I think the reason he's so willing to see everything burn down is because he's never worked a real job and he's not interested in starting a family. He's extremely out of touch. And when he speaks about the white race, he never speaks of uniting and becoming a united people. He just hates the Jews for being a united people. And his followers donate thousands of dollars to him every single time he does a show. It's just sad to see so many lost young white men who should have been following no white guilt instead of blaming Jews. Let's hear it for the champion in the Perspicacious Comments. God bless you. The downfall. We have another comment on Little Nicky. This guy, Barrett, says, I think after being sequestered and canceled, he's just very anxious to be popular. He would not have to be canceled or this is internal. It is an internal drive. It is his biological makeup. He says, especially with these TikTok and gamer weirdos that Fuentes has been teaming up with as of late. joining with a bunch of foolish grifters working not for us, but for nothing to do, has nothing to do with the uplifting of the West, not even reproducing white families. Let's give it up for Barry, brother, and Perspicacious Comments. And we're going to finish. We're going to go back to Joe. Joe says this, our final comments and Perspicacious Comments. The final one might be the most important victory. He tags here. When people are watching videos on politics, they have their guard up. They're constantly filtering information to see what's true, what they agree with, etc. When they're watching a history documentary, they're drinking in everything the narrator says, opening the fertile soil of their subconscious mind to be planted with the seeds of white well-being. They are being won over without even realizing it. It is a genius strategy. He has a final thought here, but absolutely the Go Free strategy is a genius strategy. He finishes with Go Free is the mechanism that breaks the chains of the prisoners in Plato's cave and drags them into the sunlight. Everything makes sense after going free at the end of the millennium, when they're writing the history books of the most influential men of the last 1,000 years. Your name will be at the top of the list, Jason. All of our names, the apostles of white well-being, the apostles of white peoplehood in this community. And that's the Perspicacious Comments. Let's celebrate. We have anti-whiteism. 777 says Fuentes has never been canceled, only sheep dipped. Yes, absolutely. For white well-being is here. Good to see you. Sovereign White Seed is here. Julian is here. If you would like to get my attention, tag me as @symbol, no white guilt, no spaces, nothing touching it, and I will see what you have to say. I was attacked by Fuentesian followers, these boy groypers. Actually, do you know, boy gropers, do you know that groyper spelled backwards is anal sex? These people are attacking me, and as we get in our discussion about the civil war, the anti-Jew civil war that is now raging, which has actual potential to finally do some real damage to little bubble boy Fuentes, God in heaven, let it be serious damage, by Dan Bilzerian and so many others that are stepping up to take him on, getting some big numbers. Casey Putsch as well. We have this coming at yours truly. He says, a Forested says, imagine still voting Republicans for Vivek like boomers have done for decades, thinking you're going to vote for the good ones, LOL. And he's talking about a rank misunderstanding of our position relative to Donald Trump and his administration. But honestly, the boomer insults are always from a generation that seems to not know what sex they are, and also the generation that's responsible for the legal action that now requires choking hazard to be printed on suppositories. Those are the people who are always the boomers, the boomers. I wrote back to this guy, I said, neither voting nor violence is going to end, is going to arrest our victimization, our position. He says this, get this, Forested writes back, I don't see that messaging on your thumbnails. That's the depth of the thinking of the boy gropers. He says, I see you attacking Fuentes twice in 1 month. How dare you? This is what they do. This is how you heard him giving the orders. He doesn't care what kind of lifestyle they lead, as long as they destroy the people he wants destroyed. He wants destroyed. He said, this president engaged in the greatest betrayal of white people in my lifetime. Where did this loser learn that? From the taboo grifter that is Bubba Boy Fuentes. He hasn't, look at all the information we've covered here so far. A fraction. I actually wrote down just this last week's actions of the Trump administration, which I'll read in a minute. President engaged in the greatest betrayal of white people. What he means is the greatest betrayal of Jewsburgs. He says, and you're talking about Fuentes? And then he tries to claim, as so many groypers do, I don't even watch him. That's why you're coming to his defense. The only comments you've ever made to me in your life. He says Trump has suffered historic losses with young right-wing males who are looking for voices and you're looking for with voices, and you are complaining about Fuentes. Well, if any young white guys have lost interest in all of the good being done for white people by the Trump administration, it's because of this inveterate, lying, self-promoting garbage Nick Fuentes. He said, I see in other J Spurgs out there, I see this behavior constantly from old boomer Fox News Republicans. You're taking any credibility with anyone under the 55 crowd away. Sure, buddy. Enjoy your national Shabbat. Ah, you got me. Ah, that was such a good one. Oh, it burns. Enjoy the Shabbat. Ah, you got me, you anti-Jew loser. You little HPV on somebody's ass loser. You really got me good with that one. We also have It's Okay saying Fed jacketing people isn't going to help. But it's definitely, I love how they knew that someone introduces some useless phrase, some useless concept to the conversation of our well-being in our lives, where we live, Fed jacketing, and then they all get on board using the same thing because they think it makes them smart. Fed, you see every one of these philosophasters, every one of these people who think they're so bright and they pretend to be bright online with their content creation. That's one of the things they do all the time. Fed jacketing people isn't going down. So pointing out that Fuentes is protected by the feds is Fed jacketing him. It's not going to help. But it's definitely common practice now when someone you disagree with has a bigger following. Oh, he has a bigger. Barnum and Bailey had a bigger following too. Madonna has a infinitely bigger following. The follower count doesn't mean jack shit. And finally, we have J.R. Wood. And J.R. Wood had to say this. I don't know, as a white nationalist, this idea that Trump can't be criticized seems pretty dumb. You know what's kind of dumb is concluding from everything that we say here that we've ever said that Trump and the administration couldn't be criticized. We routinely say that whenever Trump does anything white positive, we celebrate it to the heavens. And whenever he does anything anti-white, we cuss it to hell. That's what we operate on. Not, we specifically go out of our way to say we don't pick these idols to worship. All we care about is the well-being of white people. But a lot of white people, they just can't compute it. You know, a lot of rocks are running around in their heads. He goes on to say about Trump, he kissed that wall and bends over anytime Netanyahu orders it. We prefer Satan Yahoo, but okay, if you want to call him Netanyahu. It also, looking back on his first term, when I supported him, you see the hypocritical and contradicting to his campaign's executive orders, like the bump stock bans and hate speech laws to curtail anti-Semitism. Oh, look at what they're doing now. Look at who they just put in charge of the BATF. We go on endlessly about ways that the Trump administration is benefiting white people, and we celebrate all of that, and we condemn everything that they do that is anti-white. But it comes right down to, you see, once again, these anti-Jews, they can't hide themselves. They can't keep it out of the conversation. Used the second term to push Harvard, to punish Harvard and any students that criticize Jews. And while I'll grant that the group affected, like the pro-Palestinian protesters in Harvard, are no allies to whites, two wrongs still don't make a right. You know, for somebody who cusses boomers and everything, that's really a boomer saying. And he also seems to have a preference for treating Europa more and more as an enemy. Oh, does he? He treats Europa more and more as an enemy. Let's have a look here at, real quick, I have to jump in the middle of your comment and look here where it says the Trump administration's National Security Strategy 2025. The document explicitly warns that Europe faces civilizational erasure, i.e. white erasure, due to non-white mass immigration, declining birth rates of the founding stock, the white people, and loss of national identities, and related policies. Key points from the strategy are Europe will be unrecognizable in 20 years if the non-white immigration trend continues. So does this sound like he's treating Europe as an enemy? It is more, quote, more than plausible that within a few decades, at the latest, certain NATO members will become majority non-European, close quote. It frames migration policies as, quote, transforming the continent and creating strife, alongside issues like cratering birth rates and, quote, loss of national identities and self-confidence. Those national identities are the white Western ones they're talking about. This is presented as a national security concern for the United States. Whether affected European countries will remain reliable allies with strong economies and militaries. The language echoes concerns about demographic and cultural shifts from non-European immigration, which critics link to great replacement, white erasure ideas. The critics, the anti-white critics want to call it that. Trump has made similar statements outside of this document, calling the immigration into Europe an, quote, invasion, and saying that Donald Trump's words, it's, quote, killing Europe, close quote. But the formal national security strategy is where it officially tied to the U.S. policy and threats to Europe. So is he making Europe an enemy? Now, I know Fuentes and other anti-Jews out there, other absolute vegetable-eyes, retired, drooling imbeciles are telling you this, but you need to stop listening to them. He says he's making Europa an enemy while supporting Israel and other very questionable allies. Which are the other questionable allies? As butt buddies, he says. That's 2 T's, my friend. You got to check that out. Butt buddies. And that kind of shit needs to be called out because it's getting to the point. There isn't much difference between Republicans and Democrats. No, there isn't. They're both anti-white. And that one ONE, friend, primary in Ohio, being a Hindu billionaire that wants more immigration from shitholes like his own country. And I'm sorry, but supporting that is an anti-white, and can be, and Trump, along with other conservatives, need to stop optics cucking. So I guess that's optics cucking is supporting Jews, I guess. And nobody here supports Vivek Ramaswamy. We've attacked the ever-living shit out of his anti-white ass. And do you see how their worldview is not crafted between white well-being and anti-white? Are you seeing what I'm feeding you? Their worldview, and that's the problem with anti-Jews. Their worldview is anti-Jew and pro-Jew. And then the question is, which party will be anti-Jew? Which party is more likely to be anti-Jew? That's where their thinking is, because they're Muppet loonies. He says, why the F would I support Jews and Israel as a whole when they are one, if not the main contributor to the anti-white actions and propaganda? You see the inveterate framing and focus on Jews and what this does to the mind of these people. They cannot think about our well-being at all. He cannot see all the good being done for the white race by the Trump administration. He's burning it down because all he can see is it pro-Jew or anti-Jew. But he does say, however, I agree that the movement needs to focus more and more on love of our own. There might be some hope for this guy instead of hate for others. My brother, come away. J.R. Wood, come away. Come away from the idiocy. Be redeemed to the body of your people. Prometheus demands it of you. He says, focus more on the love of our own instead of hate for others. He says, but I do need to be, do I need to be pro-Israel, in your opinion, to be pro-white? How in the hell? No. No. You are coming with such And it's obviously not your fault. Junior, you have been poisoned to all hell. You've been poisoned to all hell. The only thing we care about is the well-being of white people. That's it. Why don't you go and watch the stream we had, the gathering we had, when they started any actions in the Middle East? Go have a look at any of that. Absolutely. All we care about is the focus on the well-being. Generally, we want everybody to be well. Generally, we want everybody to live a good, healthy, safe life. But there's nobody else thinking about the white race. That's where our laser beam is on 24 hours a day. No one else. He says, oh, I'm genuinely curious about your take. Then, brother, I'm going to tell you right now, Junior, come on over to white well-being. Leave this garbage behind. This is poisoning you. This garbage is poisoning you. All we're focused on is the well-being of white people. That's where we're going. That's why we combat anti-Jews that have corrupted your mind. And make no mistake, my brother, we've had tons of good people come from these other communities. We've had tons. I've had messages from people who were groypers for the longest time. And they message me and they slowly but slowly get it. My God, the first they're like, Fuentes is great. Maybe he said something wrong. And then later messages, I don't know, I'm seeing a little bit more. Maybe you're right about this Jew spurging stuff. And then, yeah, you're right. There's no real conversation about white people and our well-being. And then, yeah, you're right. It's all ideas I could never talk about or benefit our people with. And then finally, I'm leaving. I've left the groyper movement again and again. So come away from that poison. We got the best out of the United Kingdom that came to white well-being after the divorce over there. We get the best of all. We redeem our brothers and sisters. I want to see you become a great advocate for white well-being. I'm going to be looking for you, JR. We're going to take a look at just some points I wrote down here. We showed earlier Pat Phelan, Secretary of the Navy, organizing a coup of Donald Trump's administration, straight to Gitmo. FBI, this is this week, raiding Democrat offices all over Virginia, all over the country. States radically changing their electoral maps so that Democrats won't be able to cheat anymore or make it harder for Democrats to cheat. All of this is happening under the Trump administration this week. Federal government upending the electoral map in a way that undermines Democrats and their efforts to cheat. This files released on the aliens, this transparency never happened with any other administration, never will happen with any other. Supreme Court judge, this news is coming out, who sided with the Democrats for their. Now remember, you want Fuentes, you want these taboo grifters, you get more Democrats. And the Supreme Court judge that sided with the Democrats so that they could carve out a little space just revealed that she was sleeping with. She is a slut. This female in this black robe at the Supreme Court level of the state is sleeping with the Democrat attorney representing the Democrats in that case. Obviously needs to be upturned. Democrat insurrection in Tennessee. After they get rid of another jerry-rigged Democrat electoral map cutout, and you saw them, the black guy getting in the face of the white state trooper saying, "What you gonna do, boy?" This is what the Democrats will give you that Bubba Boy Fuentes wants more of. Comey charged and faces 20 years. How about this? He just brokered a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Another peace deal between Russia and Ukraine, a brothers' war that we need to end yesterday. This is the Trump administration. So these are some of the things that we're going to be talking about. What about this war, ladies and gentlemen? What about this war? How did it get started? And then we're going to take a look at Benny Johnson and some of the things that he has dug up over this past week that are going on that are all worth celebrating on this Mother's Day weekend. We should all be celebrating. So what happened in this this civil war that is underway now between the anti-Jews. And what is this life cycle of the anti-Jew movement? I've seen it recur so many times over the years. It's easy to speak to the anti-Jew life cycle. What happens in these communities? How do they preserve them? How do they fail to preserve them? How do they crumble into dissolution? Well, we'll get to that in one moment. What happened was Fuentes has always been a self-promoter. That's all he's ever cared about. He's a taboo grifter. And so therefore, and we'll speak briefly as well about taboo takes. What's an example of a taboo take? Well, saying that you are a racist is a taboo take. Who does that benefit? Taboo grifters will argue that it's somehow going to benefit you in your families, in your workplaces, at your university. Of course, it doesn't benefit you. The argument is a pretext for the taboo grifters' enrichment for his or her cliques. That's all it is. Anti-woman is another taboo take. We can categorize all of these from now on. Now, the taboo, depending on the community, might shift a little bit, what's more or less taboo in a specific group of people. But generally in society, you have a host of taboos. And taboo grifters, all they do is take taboo takes in order to bring attention to themselves. That's why Dan Bilzerian, when he goes after Fuentes, he's 100% right. When he says, every week it's a new take. He doesn't know how to put it in the right words. Every week it's a flip-flop. One week he's for this, the next week he's for that. Why? It's because the taboo take brings Fuentes eyeballs. It brings him clicks. It makes him talked about. That's all this little girl cares for, is being the center of attention. Because being the center of attention feeds his female genetics. Just like other girls, just like other teeny bopper girls. He needs to have pats on the head. He needs all eyeballs on him. He needs everybody talking. It brings him great pleasure to be talked about. It brings him great pleasure to be the center of attention. And that's where Dan Bilzerian and Leonardo Joni and some of these others, Pooch, are going wrong with their assessment of Fuentes. But we'll get to that and why that is. It's because he needs to be the center of attention. Now, this feeds this genetic female urge inside of him to be the center of attention. What else does it do for him? It brings him money. It brings him sex options. It brings him aggrandizement to stroke his little bitty ego between his legs. And trust me, he needs a lot of opportunities to stroke it because there's not a lot there to stroke, if you follow my meaning. So all of that is what drives Nicky Fuentes. And that's his real name, by the way, in my opinion, Nicky. So all along, when he came onto the scene of the white sympathetic sphere, you remember, it wasn't that long before Charlottesville. He came onto the scene. He was doing a little show here and a little show there, and he would take taboo takes. He would make taboo takes on the different shows that he was appearing on. And it got people who enjoyed, they laughed at the taboos being insulted, being poked by this little exiguous bovarist. They thought it was hilarious. So they were showing up. They wanted more of that. They wanted more of the late night comedy. They wanted more of the scapegoats. They wanted somebody out there to blame for why they were miserable, why their lives were shit, why they couldn't get a job. And here's so much of it. And so much of his entrance into the white sympathetic sphere was driven by young white guys whose lives suck because of anti-whiteism. And instead of, like we do here, giving these young men tools, as so many others have adopted these tools, and they've gotten jobs and they're climbing the ranks and they're the leaders in their families and they're beloved by their families and they're beloved at their workplaces and they are able to go out into the world and share the totality of Go Free in a productive, constructive way for white well-being. These poor souls he sold poison to for his own aggrandizement. So many of these people were having him at that period on their shows because everybody was having guests on from everywhere else. There was a giant network that the anti-white ADL set out to destroy, and they destroyed. But this giant network of everybody helping each other out, having guests from here and there. You remember how many guests we had on. We brought so many different people on, brought attention to so many different content creators. Fuentes didn't help anyone. No, he took all the invites. He was happy to take and show up at all the shows. And then what would he do? He would get in front of these different audiences. He would leave these conversations and go back into his little bubble and then insult the hell out of those content creators, one right after the other, slandering them for the drama and the clicks that come from drama because he wanted the attention. He made up lies about these people, one after the other, and more people came to him. And the number of people present because of the social proof phenomenon in the human animal caused people to believe that there was something actually there. So much so that people that otherwise normally can think lucidly, or at least somewhat, like Jared Taylor and so many others, started having him come speak to their institutions, started inviting him on because he had this audience. He couldn't achieve anything. I was there when he gave his speech at Amarin. I was there when he gave his speech at other organizations. He had nothing of value to share. His speeches sucked. He was terrible at public speaking. His followers, though, so smitten, so cult-like, so brainwashed, so vicariously living through this boveristic bitch that they retold reality. Every debate became a Fuentes win, even if it wasn't. Every speech became the best speech ever given, even if it was objectively lousy. I mean, it's hard to give a great speech anyhow when your persona is a pipsqueak nothing, when your presence is exiguous. So they came to his defense, and Fuentes bled every audience dry that he could. And so what he did when he came into the white sympathetic sphere, of course, he went after the people who were anti-white. That's a taboo in today's age. We don't go after anti-whites because it's a taboo. I want you to notice the difference. To call out anti-whiteism is not the same no matter the strategy. So if you are calling out anti-whiteism, or I'm calling it out with the Go Free dialogic, it is with tools that empower you, that protect your children, that enable you to become the best in your family and in your communities. When Fuentes goes after anti-whiteism, he goes after anti-whiteism because it's a taboo that he can have a taboo take on and get people's attention, bring eyes on himself. And then every couple of days, a new taboo take. Anti-women, anti-Jew, anti-Hispanic, anti-Black, one taboo take after another to bring himself attention. And then, as Dan Bilzerian noted, the opposite takes, because it was inevitable. When you have a deck of cards that amount to the different taboo takes that you're able to draw, you eventually run out of cards. The only thing you can do now to keep the scam running is to take the reverse positions. And so that's what he's regularly done. Regularly flipping the card around and taking the opposite position. He's run out of the basic bitch taboo take cards. That's what it means when you have a taboo grifter. That's the content they deliver. That's the substance. And you walk away from those, so many young white guys, walk away, and white guys of all ages, walk away from there feeling better about themselves for two main reasons. A particular group that they dislike, that they feel they could use as a scapegoat for themselves has been indicted by the taboo grifter. The taboo grifter has made them feel good about themselves in that sense, provided them no tools, no way to self-improve, no way to protect their families, but a drug like morphine, like opium, like fentanyl, to drown them further in their misery, to dull their senses against the world that hates them, the environment that's disgusted with them. That's what he's provided. And then secondarily, they can live vicariously through him. He gets rich. And even though these people, the paycocks that are paying him thousands of dollars a show, don't get rich, they can live vicariously through him getting rich. He gets to go and be an audience with black rappers and everything, and they don't, but they can live vicariously through him. This is a drug. Taboo grifting is a drug. It is a poison for our people, and we need to ever be on the qui vive for taboo grifting. No one bill paying with their content is putting white well-being first. No one. And we're maybe only superficially there talking about those who are reaping the benefits of actual paycocks and the payments coming out through sponsors and the like. Not even talking about the entities and organizations behind the scenes. Where did so much of Fuentes's money come from and through? Entropy. That's why we were seeing Entropy boasting of how many millions was that in 2 years? $3-4 million of profits off of 15% take on that which is donated. The lion's share obviously coming from Fuentes supporters and dark money like SPLC money, like other anti-whites out there paying for more anti-Jew content, like anti-Jews out there paying for more. And then these people come to you and say, as they've always said in these anti-Jew circles, that this is the way you fight for the white race. You behave like an anti-white or anti-non-white, specifically anti-Jew in most of these cases, moron, degenerate. And that's the substance. And we totally reject that. That is not the substance of white well-being at all. It is the inverse of our well-being. There is zero focus on the white race. So the question is now, is Fuentes a Fed? Well, none of us can actually be there. Dan Bilzerian says he is. None of us can actually be behind the scenes until someone is actually behind the scenes. But what can we know? We can know that Fuentes has been protected numerous times. Now, what does it mean to be a Fed? It could mean that feds are involved. It could mean that Fed-type entities or entities that can effectuate Fed-type results are involved, or anti-whites inside the federal bureaucracies, which it's still replete with anti-whites, because that is the soup, the poisonous stew we've been reared in, or unofficially, maybe as well as officially, protecting, endorsing, supporting. So we can say with beyond a shadow of a doubt, Fuentes has been anointed by those in power to be the leader of the resistance, because everything he shares is poison for the resistance. Everything he shares undermines the white men who heed and repeat what he has to say. You will never be told by the system, in their organs, by their mainstream magazines and newspapers and shows, who the leader is of the resistance. They will never tell you what actually harms the system, the anti-white system. They will deboost, they will undermine, they will cut the tongue out of. No one will ever know. And those people very often suffer dilations of the law. Those people very often walk near the law, and the law grows in its definition to ensnare them. What happens with Fuentes? The exact opposite. He can mace an old Jew woman in the face and shove her down concrete steps, and nothing happens to him. With a Democrat, 2 different Democrats have been the DA. The first one to lightly charge him, the second one to let him off the charges. No wonder he's saying to endorse and support Democrats now. No wonder. So we can see the effort to protect. Does Fuentes know? Is he in conversation? Who knows? Who cares? All that matters is the results for you. That's all that matters in your life, in what you can achieve for yourself, your family, and our people. That's all that matters. That's what Go Free is all about. So Fuentes, desiring to be the center of attention, has been displaced increasingly by exactly as I said would happen and is happening in the taboo grifting sphere. Other taboo grifters would come along, other anti-Jew taboo grifters, or taboo grifters that are willing to take taboo takes on Jews and blacks and Israel or whatever else. And they've been gaining popularity for themselves. And what has Fuentes consistently done over the past few years? As soon as he sees attention shifting from him to some other taboo grifter, he attacks them. He maligns them as, get this, low IQ anti-Semitism. Every single one of them. He says that he's a high IQ anti-Semite. He says, we don't say anti-Semite because that's using their vernacular. He says this. So he attacks, and it causes drama after drama, infight after infight. And this is where Dan Bilzerian and some of the others on this side of the anti-Jew civil war get it wrong. Because they say that Fuentes is being told to do this, that his purpose is to disrupt. Conservatives have the same line, that he's always been a Democrat, he's been employed by the Democrats, and his purpose is to undermine. Tucker Carlson saying something similar now. Same kind of things. The purpose is to silence people that have legitimate criticisms, etc. What's really going on is he's just a little girl who wants all of the attention, and he cannot stand some other anti-Jew out there getting the attention. He cannot stand it. So then they have to be disparaged. They have to be said to be working for Peter Thiel. They have to be said to be working for Palantir. They have to be said to be working for the feds. They have to be said to be low IQ anti-Semitism. So for years, it's been nothing. That's how it's been from the beginning. But for years, it's only been getting worse and worse as these other content creators have been building an audience. Well, as they've been building audiences, more and more of them have decided they want to try to run for office. Fuentes finds more and more shade as anti-Jews turn their attention to content creators, to upstarts, to parvenus who say, I want the slime light. They want to be the anti-Jew and get into office, and they're going to wage war on Israel and Jews in America, or whatever it is, Jews in the UK, whatever it is. And Fuentes is pushed further and further out. More drama, more infighting, more attacks. So here you have the America First United, a collection, and we watched the debacle of their conference. Of the majority of them are white anti-Jews, which included Dan Bilzerian and Casey Putsch and others, people whose names you don't know, but they would like you to know their names. They want their money. They want your money to run campaigns. And so people are seeing this substance. And here's where the anti-Jew life cycle comes into effect. The anti-Jew life cycle goes like this. anti-Jew spurgery, its substance is just complaining about Jews. It's documenting Jews that they don't like, and anti-white Jews, documenting them, dissecting their doom, and predicting doom to come. That's the actual substance of what they do. Doom document, doom dissect, doom divine. What happens? Why doesn't that just continue? Why do you see them break apart so often? The reason for that is, in the anti-Jew life cycle, is that some of the participants want something done. Some of the participants begin getting impatient. They show up again and again. They hear the endless conversations. They start getting bored. We need to do something, they say. When are we going to do something, they say to the Jews. So they start organizing to do something about the Jews. The problem is that the complaining about Jews is the substance. The pretext is that the complaining can do something. So the lie, the pretext, that something can be done by way of complaining about Jews, getting elected to office, creating militias, and all of this kind of bullshit that idiots think up in their heads. Those people start getting disruptive. They start wanting something to be done. What normally happens when anti-Jew movements survive these cycles is that they excommunicate such people. And it's under various guises. They say that, well, they're not anti-Jew enough, which is typically the charge, or that they're Jews themselves, or that they're cops. They must be cops, so that they can get rid of the people who are getting really impatient about the Jews. But sometimes they can't get rid of them. And when that happens, and efforts are made to take the substance of anti-Jew spurgery and make it into action fails inevitably, it breaks apart. And when it breaks apart, it dissolves into dissolution and then reforms. You all have watched that happen. You all have watched that happen with the NJP. You all have watched that happen, and I've seen it dozens of times over the years. They dissolve. There's no shame. There's no acceptance that the strategy is false and doesn't work. They just go right back to the anti-Jew spurgery, right back to starting at step one again, and then they go through the life cycle like a tick. They go through the life cycle all over again. So, impatient anti-Jews within the America First framework of anti-Jew spurgery, because that's what it is. It's anti-Jew first. It's not America first. And when it comes to Fuentes himself, it's Fuentes first. It's not America first. It's only and always ever been Fuentes first. So you have these people who are getting impatient and they want something done and they want an organization. They want an organization. They want political parties. They want candidates. And Fuentes, if you've noticed, has been arguing repeatedly against this, making enemies. And then every now and again, after slandering and ridiculing them, every now and again, passing the olive branch and having, like he did with Arvil. Arvil wants to start a community. Arvil wanted to have white people move together. Fuentes ridiculed the ever-living shit out of it. Said he wants to live, Fuentes wants to live in a multiracial city, that an all-white town of campers is not the kind of place that he would like to live. He slandered him. Arvil took the abuse. They went their different ways for a while. And then Arvil showed, which he needs to own up for, maybe he has, maybe he hasn't, but shown immensely poor judgment when he joined forces with Fuentes last year and declared that Fuentes was the leader of the resistance to anti-whiteism. So Arvil. So then you have these different political candidates, and Fuentes is arguing no the entire time. What you need to do, and now make no mistake, his arguments serve his agenda of self-aggrandizement and center of attention. Stay quiet, he said. Sneak into the FBI, the CIA, the Republican Party, the deep state, and take it over. Don't tell people about your views, because these views, he openly admits, will destroy you. Nothing will come of people secretly taking over. That's nothing like that's ever happened. But what will it do? It will keep these people as followers of Fuentes, centering Fuentes, paying Fuentes. It has been so painfully obvious from the start. But the movement to get something done about the Jews has become too strong. You have popular content creators like Dan Bilzerian that says enough is enough. We need to run for office. Like Casey Putsch, enough is enough. We need to run for office. And that has attracted an immense amount of attention. Because as you can imagine, if you are a Fuentesian boy groper and you show up day after day and you financially gift and everything to hear what you've heard for the past however many years, the same garbage, the same taboo takes over and over. And while that's happening, if Fuentes is really complaining about the Jews, well, then Dan Bilzerian wants to do something. And that causes disunion in the ranks. That causes Fuentes and his groypers, that causes Fuentes to lose popularity. So what is Fuentes to do? Go back to the well. Slander Dan Bilzerian. Say he'd rather have the Democrat that Dan is going to run against win the election, or what Dan wants to run against. Say he'd rather have the Democrat in Ohio win the election than Casey Putsch. That Dan, that Casey, that all the rest of these people are low IQ anti-Semites. And that if you want to go with them, then fine. But you're heading off into the low IQ anti-Semites. You won't be welcomed here. And not only that, but he will, as we see so often, sick these deranged followers of his on so many of these people. This time, the context has changed. There are too many people involved in this action-oriented, if you want to call it that, anti-Jew spurgery. And so immediately, Dan Bilzerian, not the kind of guy, talk about a bad evaluation of people you want to attack. I mean, it was one thing to attack so many of these losers, so many of these nobodies, so many of these pushovers for Fuentes over the years. One thing to attack all of them. Quite another thing to turn his mordant criticism on somebody like Dan Bilzerian, who will absolutely go to war, and he has. So Dan Bilzerian immediately fired back. Fuentes is a Fed, he says. The evidence of it is all of these contradictory takes, all of the drama, all of the infighting that never ends, supporting Epstein for supposedly being against the evil of the Democrats, then supporting Epstein and lauding Epstein, supposedly being against the evil of the Democrats, saying that the Democrats will kill us all, and then turning around and saying, we all need to vote Democrat. In a totally inane argument that you're somehow going to inflict injury on the Republican Party in some sort of substantive way. So Dan starts tweeting and people start taking sides. And the civil war of the anti-Jews erupts just days ago. And Fuentes and his groyper losers are taking serious injury. They've threatened Casey Putsch, the groypers have, according to the claims here, to burn down his house, to burn down his business, which he concludes would kill himself and kill his family. They've attacked him while he's been in the hospital. Fuentes himself came out and made a wild claim about Dan Bilzerian, Maybe it's true. I don't know. I don't have anything to do with it. But he immediately claimed this wild story that Bilzerian brought Fuentes into his house and told him to leave his phone in some other room, and then took him to a secret room and asked Fuentes about killing Israeli politicians, assassinating people. And so you see, according to Fuentes now in the groypers, Bilzerian is the actual Fed asset, because Bilzerian, it's totally believable that he would ask a basement dweller how to assassinate anybody that's never held a real job, that's never been in any circle remotely connected with any knowledge whatsoever about anything related to assassinations. Fuentes makes this claim. Bilzerian fires back. Lucas Gage, now playing the repentant villain, joining hands with Zionist Jews, says he's no longer anti-Jew and it's time to all come together. A textbook repentant villain that I've taught you all about joins Fuentes in the wild claim. He too was taken to a secret room. So the psychotic nothing Gage says he was asked by Bilzerian how to assassinate, and that Fuentes said he was invited to Qatar. And then did Lucas Gage say the same thing? And but then they didn't go in the end, and the FBI intervened on the trip or something like this. Lily Gaddis, then, one of the very few coming to Fuentes' defense, a female parvenu, upstart, nothing, just repeating what white guys say and gaining for herself hundreds of thousands. Is she up to 1 million followers yet? For doing nothing. She's a nothing. She's an absolute nothing. She had the opportunity to go free and do something productive for herself, her family, and the white race, and decided to become an anti-Jew. Why? Because that's where the money is. She went into the Fuentesian circles and has been attacked just absolutely endlessly, bloody as all hell. But the money is what matters to her. So she'll come to his defense, even though they've slandered her like there is no tomorrow. Hordes are siding with Dan Bilzerian at this point, and the civil war continues in the anti-Jew circle. Meanwhile, the organization, the regime that they are endeavoring to pull down and destroy, to inhibit, to undermine from achieving its objectives, the Donald Trump regime continues to have victories.
Lose, don't go into a casino with that mindset, but in politics, your fate can turn on a dime, and it's best to just keep a chip on your shoulder, a stiff upper lip, and an optimistic attitude. Silver linings, baby. This is why I'm so glad that we didn't fall for the demoralization op that took down the careers, I believe, of a lot of people in this.
Now, this is the cuck take of Fuentes and the other taboo grifters, is that it was a demoralization operation.
Space. It's like crazy. I couldn't believe the number of crash outs. It was totally embarrassing. So many different people, so much black pilling. Don't ever black it back. It's not actually over. Okay. It was never actually over. It was just an op. That op is coming crashing down now.
So you can see the effects of taboo grifting, which is for what? For the enrichment and benefit of the taboo grifters themselves, not the white race, not America. It doesn't matter what taboo takes, they take. It doesn't matter what they claim they are creating content for, leading for, creating organizations for. It's for themselves. And it's had an influence in the real world to demoralize a lot of people, to ruin careers.
As Republicans are set to keep the House and are arguably now the favorites to win the midterms, something that virtually never happens under any circumstances. Barack Obama lost 60 seats in his first midterms. I mean, that just goes to show you. Look at this. Republicans are set to keep the House. A thin margin, but it's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. The redistricting war has not been great for Democrats. Democrats were declaring Trump started the redistricting war, and we finished it. FAFO, that aged like milk. Go ahead and check out who's picking up seats and who hasn't. Republicans have picked up nearly 20 seats, and it might even get worse for the Democrats.
The Democrats, that all of this evil that keeps being revealed, all of the theft of the white race of Western kind keeps being revealed. Now, where you are, can't control either political party. We can control the conversation about our victimization. We can use the tools of the Go Free dialogic, which circumvents and undermines the anti-white immoral imperative that governs Western civilization. And by doing that, we influence all aspects of society around us. And we've been demonstrating that. We'll be talking about the Go Free Praxis a little bit later in the gathering.
We'll see what's going to go down in places like Utah. Utah created a fake congressional district. And big news out of Utah. The judge that created that district has resigned in disgrace today. Yeah. She's the one who made this blue district, like this toxic empathy, white guilt, sociopath Mormon, is in a relationship with the attorney.
I'm sorry, did Benny Johnson, who talks to hundreds of thousands of video, just use one of our concepts?
That brought the case on behalf of libs, and now Republicans are suing in order to get it thrown out or overturned, and it may well happen before the actual election. So there's another loss for Democrats. Get a load of this. Southern states, South Carolina, on the verge of delaying their congressional primary elections so that they can redraw the map and get rid of Jim Clyburn's seat. He's been there for 33 years, 18 different elections, 7-0 map incoming. South Carolina voted by 20 points for Donald Trump. We shouldn't be handing Democrats nothing. I finna look over at Alabama, and here we go. Look at that.
Wow.
Alabama has confirmed a brand new red map. Alabama lawmakers passed the measure that clears the path for deep red 2026 congressional map. Democrats are in full meltdown mode, seconds before the Southern MAGA Republicans pushed this right into their crying faces. Ooh, and libs are crying. After the Supreme Court of Virginia decision today saying that Democrats literally broke the law, which they did, some woman decided to wander down the street near the Supreme Court and effectively just go, her-de-dur-de-dur, her-de-dur. This is what unlimited antipsychotic medications and SSRIs get for you. Look at this. Shut up. You know, honestly.
Yes, shut up.
Turning up the volume on the new crying lib meme, which may as well be going, Durr. Democrats are not coping well with Virginia's illegal maps being shot down by the Supreme Court. The bus drowning her out. I like how she probably had her friend there to film it, right? This is probably her friend across the street. Like, oh, here, this is going to be your boom clap sister soldier moment. Everyone's just making fun of you. CNN just cut the feed live during the defeat. It was amazing, admitting that Hakeem Jeffries spent $70 million and was defeated.
Saying, yes, this is a setback, but they feel like, they were trying to get 4 additional seats. Probably 2 of those they probably can get, particular if it's a wave.
It could be a bad year.
It could be a bad year. But listen, this is a big blow. Hakeem Jeffries. I basically wrote a column that was like, this was great for Hakeem Jeffries because he was all in on it.
Wow, it's a real shocker that you wrote a column saying something was good for Hakeem Jeffries.
Anti-whiteism says Fuentes is just Spencer 2.0. He's another manufactured anti-white pig, like Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, etc. So true.
Great job. Truly. Well done. Real shocker to all of us. Hakeem Jeffries says the House Democrats are exploring all options to overturn the shocking decision. Yeah, bro, it was the Supreme Court. Okay, you're done. There is no relief. There's no higher court. It was the Supreme Court. It's a states' rights issue. This is a state election issue. There's no jurisdiction. What are you doing? Abigail Spanberger, CIA cutout, CIA plant, says, okay, it's done. The Republican Party posting this, Democrats mewling and whining and crying about here, and the Republican Party official count with 3.4 million.
You're never going to have anything like this again. Could you imagine being in a Taboo grifter audience and hating this regime, this guy in that administration. Here's the difference. We don't love or hate Donald Trump or the regime. What we're concerned in service to white well-being is the well-being of our people, the arresting of our victimization. Of course, Jews, or a percentage of the overall population, are going to get what they paid for. Miriam Adelson, among plenty of others, paid $100 million and plus to get Donald Trump elected. They're going to get what they paid for. Oh, well. Oh, well. You can't stop that. You stock shelves for a living. You reject a party that you have this percentage of an overall population that works together as a people and achieves colossal victories for themselves. You're going to change that right after you get done putting ketchup on the shelf. You can't do anything about that. You can promulgate negativity about this regime, which delegitimizes the things it's trying to do. So much so that you have the cuck Benny Johnson talking about the demoralization campaign. People upset, people not happy with Trump, and the white people should be absolutely out of their minds with joy, with celebration for every white positive thing. Why? Because that's how we get more of it. There are several important things going on that you don't understand within yourself, within the body politic. When you celebrate white positive outcomes, when you condemn anti-white outcomes. Too much here to be talked about in the moment as we're getting ready to take a very short break, and we're going to come back with examples of our victories over this week, a fraction of all the victories of ours over this week, promulgating the lexicon that liberates Western kind. And people are using it, and the use becomes the praxis, and it feeds back upon itself. We are doing that. You can do that. You do no good for yourself and our people by focusing on Jews or blacks or whatever, and then you see Donald Trump, he gets into office and he's going to do something for. I say we could do the same. We could have peoplehood, like a percentage of the overall Jewish population has peoplehood. We could have billionaires like Miriam Adelson dropping big dollars for white positive outcomes. But we're only going to get there with the Go Free dialogic, which demonstrates every single day that it works. We are only going to get there by implementing that practice. You are not going to get there by saying you rebuke the Republican Party and you're going to deny, like a child, all the good things that Donald Trump's regime is doing for white people, like a child, because you're bent out of shape that Miriam Adelson is getting paid back for her investment of $100 million. Give me a break. You make $17 an hour. And you're just not going to have anything to do with it. You have been abjectly poisoned. And you need to come away from that anti-white garbage. You are missing the best years that you will see in an American government in your entire life. No president is going to talk like Donald Trump. No president is going to mock and ridicule. No president. This is hilarious. Every moment of it. No president, unless we do it here by our work here, is going to say, like we got Donald Trump to say, that there's an anti-white problem in America that can't be allowed either. You're missing it all. You're blowing it. You're becoming an agent of undermining and delegitimizing these things from the Trump regime for the enrichment, aggrandizement, and popularity of little I'm a Mexican shits. I hope you think it was worth it in the end. I hope you look back and you're happy that you missed out on all of this and all the opportunity to reach brothers and sisters while we have this opportunity where so much of the objection to the mistreatment and unfair treatment of white people is taking place, and we can be there with the lexicon to empower people permanently to use that legitimization. You're going to hate yourself if you ever grow up if you ever mature, that you were not part of this and this era, you're going to say, I was alive and I burnt down the regime legitimizing white well-being. Real smart. We're going to take a brief break and we will be right back.
I was dreaming with the people, and you know the song seems so far away. Many lived and died to find the light away. I was sleeping rather peaceful, but sure as sunlight starts the day, something shined and brought me to my feet again. I saw mountains rise and crumble in a day. Time was just another play. And she said, far away, it's so close that you wouldn't believe it. Hide away, now come undone. Far away, it's so close that you wouldn't believe it. Hide away, now come undone. We were seeking all the pieces, but it's not just what you say and what you do. If you're not letting the heartbeat breathe through you, step through shadows and I'll see you better, dear. Feels so good to be this clear. And she said, far away, it's so close that you wouldn't believe it. Now the way have come undone. Far away, it's so close that you wouldn't believe it. Now that we have come undone. Circling again. No need to look back from now to then. I love being here with you. I know you and you me too. Far away, it's now here and we plainly can see it. Now the way have come undone. Oh, I'm a stowaway in a world that you wouldn't believe. It's not far away. I've come undone.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era.
Let's get to these epic victories, ladies and gentlemen. Church of the West victories. Let me know that you can hear me okay, and then we're going to get back to our news, your comments. Make sure you tag me, and I will absolutely read what you have to say. Let's get into it right now, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at that. We dance because we can hear the music. Take a look at this. This is, let's see, an anti-white is using white erasure. Look at this guy. This is the mirrored use of our lexicon by our victimizer. This anti-white says, I support white erasure. Yes, that too is a victory. We put the words exactly as your hierarch has told you into the mouths of our victimizers. No one does anything like that. No one has ever done that. Give it up for the work of this community. Let's keep it going. Here we have Christopher on Adrian Curry, swashing like a champion. He says, Rebecca, you're you're white guilted. Don't feel guilty. You need to go free. Give it up for Christopher, swashing like a true champion in service to white well-being. God bless you, brother. We are everywhere. Give it up for Cool Papa J Magic here on Dapper Dev. 315 people introduced to the lexical and dialectical power. I really appreciate you speaking against anti-whiteism. Give it up for Cool Papa J Magic. Dapper Dev now speaking to a colossal audience using the lexicon. Cool Papa J Magic, the general, facilitating that among others. Show the man some love. Let's keep it going. Cool Papa J Magic again on Dapper Dev. Look at his glorious breakdown here for Dapper Dev and his community. 167 people introduced to the lexical dialectical power and growing as a consequence of this swashbuckling general. Show the man some love. Cool Papa J Magic. This is coming up from Dapper Dev, and this is coming up from Dapper Dev, and this is coming up. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. We got more videos of victories than I can show today. Take a look at this. This was some months back, but I don't recall celebrating it and want to celebrate it again. This is Jonathan, ladies and gentlemen. IRL swashing. Hollywood isn't history. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Perfect handwriting by this champion out on the highways in the heavy traffic. Look at this. Absolutely glorious. Stop white erasure. NoWhiteGuilt.org. This man deserves your love. Get raucous. Crowns and gems. Quadrillo sevens for Jonathan. Again, for the future of our people, NoWhiteGuilt.org. Could you imagine putting anti-Jew spurgery on your vehicle and then following you around? Could you imagine what would happen? No, you can say this stuff in the real world. Become a hero in our story. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Jonathan is such a friggin' champion of white well-being. The man deserves endless applause. You could not write more beautifully than this. Excellently done. I don't know how he does it, ladies and gentlemen. If I were to scroll that on there, it would look like a crackhead had done that, climbing up on the back of a car. Perfectly done. What an absolute perfect statement. Become a hero in our story. No white. Look at the focus. What does that engender? We've got this coming up. We've got that coming up. This is from the wild. It was found by Diplomat for Western Kind. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we are effectuating the Go Free Praxis. He says, everyone cries when white people want to live among themselves, but they wouldn't bat an eye at a minority wanting the same thing. It's just anti-whiteism. Jared Taylor. One of my weird words that nobody would ever use. Mark Collett, one of my weird words that nobody would ever use. Regular white people using anti-whiteism. Give it up for this comment from the wild. Take a look at this. Another one from the wild. This one found by Dandy Westman. Using one of our glorious memes. Getting around the horrible deboosting. 500,000 white people started, and then they call you a racist to try to stop you talking about their current actions and behavior. They're anti-white. This is like a female version of me. I love it. This thing says you're racist, and she correctly responds, you're anti-white. You are anti-white. That's the response to the anti-white slur. You're a racist. I love it. And we've got this coming up, and we did that. Never forget, ladies and gentlemen, that we did that. Let's keep the celebration going for West and Franklin. Franklin put together so many of these videos and finding victories, and West finding victories. Big salutes to these champions. And thanks to these champions for showing up at the Donald Trump Jr. stream this week, which was the vector by which we reached Daddy Trump. We want to thank Biospirit of the West, the Franklinator, the Ivan, all swashing on Donald Trump Jr. stream. Franklin's a never miss over there. That's where we have done so much. Big salutes. We just had Donald Trump Jr. saying my name, using other concepts from the lexicon. Let's celebrate Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen. He made 2 clips of yours truly this week that are epic, both of them. Big salutes to Anglo-Saxon NWG, Raucous Emojis, Cloud. Raucous Emoji crowns are gems. And if anybody, I didn't see any other clips, but if anybody made them, then big celebrations. Let's celebrate all of the OT and the solo activists this week. Everybody on your feet, quadruple 07s, all of the work. The united work, the coordinated work by the OT, the solo activists filling in here and there and everywhere. And as a consequence of that work, we have the Go Free Praxis. We'll be talking about that shortly. Let's really get on your feet. You're going to love this. Another real world victory. Azimuth Clark, ladies and gentlemen. Azimuth Clark, ladies and gentlemen, and his Son of the West. Listen to this testimonial. I just wanted to share a victory. I'm typing this. As I'm typing this, my eyes are welling up with tears, not from sadness, but from pride. I've been going free for roughly 7 years or more, and I've raised my 9-year-old son the same way. He's being homeschooled, and the learning materials are increasingly anti-white. So it sounds like he's a little bit of both, homeschooled and schooled away. He says, every year he learns about bullying, and the bullies are always white children. When children are depicted as angry, mean, or rude, the example is always a white child. When white children are shown in a positive light, they are typically handicapped, shown in a wheelchair, or with some kind of developmental disease, like Down syndrome. I told my son if he sees something anti-white in school, it's okay to call it out. But he must focus on our people and never speak negatively about non-whites. Genius, Azimuth Clark. Over the past 3 years of school, we've seen numerous examples of anti-whiteism and white erasure. And I will show him the MP, mean pathogens, and the proper MC, mean curatives. Nothing could be more awesome than this, Azimuth Clark. This is how a real father of the West behaves. Today in English class, the kids were learning new words and proper grammar. There was an example picture of children in a classroom. In the picture, 2 non-white kids who were represented as being intelligent and well-spoken were teaching proper English to the less intelligent white child. My son raised his hand, and the teacher called on him. Unknown to me, he told his teacher that the example is anti-white. And the pictures always show white kids being dumb. Oh my God. Thousands of 07s for this son of the West. The teacher said nothing in response, but continued with the lesson. That's a victory for the young champion. Nervously, my son came to me after class and said his English teacher might be calling home. I asked why, and he told me what happened. He told me what he had said and how he kept focus on our people and didn't mention the 2 non-white boys. Today, my son called out the anti-whiteism in his school materials. I did not tell him to do this, but I told him if he did, he would not be in trouble, and I would be absolutely proud of him. Just think of this Herculean champion that is being formed in the son of Azimuth Clark. He's going to love our people and fight for our people. He'll be preserved against the anti-whiteism poisoning his brain, body, and soul. After numerous examples of white people being shown negatively, my 9-year-old son had the courage to speak out against anti-whiteism. I gave him a big hug and I told him how proud I am with him. He told me he was scared at first and nervous because he felt like he might have been doing something wrong. This is exactly how they brainwash our children with the anti-white narrative. So this young son of the West, already brainwashed by anti-whiteism to feel that it is immoral to stand up for our people. And he had the courage to admit it. And he had the courage to speak out against the anti-whiteism. I asked him what made him finally stand up and say something. He told me, Dad, you're right. They always show white kids being dumb or in a wheelchair. I want them to show white kids like me just like they show every other kid. God bless this. He says, just imagine, Azimuth Clark says, just imagine every white child in Western civilization being taught to go free and using the go free method from birth. Imagine every kid having the courage to speak up when they see something wrong. I explained to my son how I was also scared when I first started speaking out. But the more you do it, the more comfortable you get. Go free works. We must teach our children. If we want to end anti-whiteism, we must teach our children, he says, to focus on us in love, to object to our victimization. That is the opposite. That is the antithesis of what the anti-Jews and the anti-non-whites and what the conservatives will teach. This is the path to victory. Azimuth Clark finishes with this. I haven't gotten a call from the school yet, but if and when they call, I am ready. I'm going to keep the focus on our people and promote white well-being. I will not play the villain or demonize other races of people. I lead by example, and now I see how my son is picking up white well-being and going free. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone on your feet for Azimuth Clark and his 9-year-old champion son of the West. Out of love, being a hero. All of our sons and daughters of the West, ladies and gentlemen, are Wunderkinder. They are Wunderkind individually. As the audience takes a breath at astonishment, our children are Wunderkinder. Never forget it. We can empower them. Let's keep this going. Oh my God, what an absolute victory. Imagine any other scenario, any other strategy. Nothing would work. This works. Let's keep it going to our victories here. Ladies and gentlemen, even Keith Woods this week using white erasure instead of the terribly popular great replacement garbage given us and used by anti-whites. Give it up for Keith Woods. Here we have Dallas Malloy's Go Free video, totally epic. And we'll have to come back and watch it another time as we're running out of time. Give it up for Dallas Malloy. This is an epic video. Let's listen to a moment.
You cannot move forward to achieving your potential in this world. So number one, you've got to teach yourself your own happiness. Number two, and this is it, you have to help others around you, friends, family, and strangers, to go free. We need to spread peer-to-peer contagion as quickly as we can. That is all you have to do. But the important thing is that you can do this. You can make change in your life and the lives of those around you.
Give it up for Dallas. Let's keep it going. Tree Godfather coming in 2,031 people empowered with Go Free. In the audience of Francisco. Give it up for Tree Godfather. Claudia Nebula, big salutes and celebration. 1,355 introduced to the lexicon in the audience of Avery Day. Give it up for Claudia Nebula. Give it up for Christopher here. Anti-whiteism is more of a problem. What will you do about that? This, working on 1,000 empowered in the audience of The Telegraph. Give it up for Christopher. Shannon Oliver, the force of nature. 27,000 people empowered by the Go Free Dialogic in this one post in the audience of End Wokeness. Give it up for Shannon Oliver. Justin McDaniel. 6,340 introduced to the lexical dialectical power of Go Free in the audience, or in response to Fuentes. Well done, Justin McDaniel, swashbuckling general. Well, Spirit of the West, 5,202 empowered souls this week in the audience of Wall Street Apes. Justin McDaniel back again, 5,000 more empowered by the lexical dialectical power in the audience of the wretched piece of human waste, Alexander Dugin. Justin McDaniel back again on the scoreboard, 3,626 people empowered in his response to Arvul. Give it up for Justin McDaniel, the champion. Ben Werman here, sharing one of our memes, 3,000 people empowered in Ben Werman's audience of nearly 100,000. Give it up for Ben Werman, ladies and gentlemen. Lozzie B coming in this week. rocking it out with this post right here using a glorious meme. 8,000 people empowered in her original post. She's on the scoreboard this week. Are you? Tree Godfather, 3,000, almost 4,000 more empowered by the Godfather of trees in the audience of Common Sense Extremists. Give it up for the swashbuckler. Anglo-Saxon NWG. This guy is a ninja of white well-being. 4,400 people he empowers here. I love this meme. It gets your attention right away. This in the audience of Lazy B. Biospirit of the West, OT leader back again. 3,556. Love to look at this glorious meme. White erasure is toxic to white well-being. He empowers that number in the audience of Jonas here. Konrads. Keep it going. Anti-whites of X. Ladies and gentlemen, anti-whites of X, on your feet, big salutes, headed into the bank and spoke with a white teller about how the advertisements are anti-white. They don't depict white families. They don't depict white males unless they're homosexual or in a wheelchair, literally having the conversation that you could never have. The cuck conversation that you could have there would get you thrown out and would be ineffective. The anti-non-white conversation, the anti-Jew conversation would not only get you thrown out and be ineffective, but they would report you and stop doing business with you. You can go into a bank and have a conversation about the victimization of our people. Have a listen of this. This is absolutely astonishing. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to a piece of it. The audio is a little garbled, a little hard to hear, and he's covering up the faces to protect the people's identity. But he's telling them right here about diversity.
It's just a euphemism for fewer white people. And if you look at they got their webpage for the DEI department, it says right here, we make a conscious effort to choose diversity in the people we hire, the partners we work alongside, and the communities we serve. So they make a conscious, they make a conscious, well, okay.
So she's trying to move the conversation along there. Give it up for the anti-whites of X.
People are applying to work here.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure.
He talks about how she's the only white person there.
Yeah, but
he's like, no white people want to work at this bank.
I couldn't know that either, but and then they say it on their website. And if you know how to translate euphemistic language into plain English, you can see what they're doing. Look, that website is just showed you.
You'll have to watch the rest of it, ladies and gentlemen. On X, I've retweeted it. Give it up for Anti-Whites of X. I want you to know, the Go Free Dialogic is made to be replicable and scalable. Imagine numerous customers showing up at the bank with the complaint of the discrimination, the persecution, the lack of representation of white people and white families. It all will change. Excellent victory. Here we have somebody called Captain America from the wild, making this meme of his own, anti-whiteism. Hey, Jared Taylor. Hey, Mark Collett. That weird word that nobody would ever use. This in the audience of Gunther Engelman, ladies and gentlemen. And there's Biospirit of the West coming in to support. Biospirit of the West, 3,000 people in just several hours today, already exposed and empowered by the Go Free lexicon in the audience of Chimp Out. Give it up for Biospirit of the West, the champion. Keep it going for Biospirit of the West. Another 1,000 souls saved by white well-being by way of the OT leader himself, the general of the OT, in the audience of Sarah Fields. And finally, Biospirit of the West, ladies and gentlemen, 2,606 more and still climbing. This is also today empowered by the great biospirit of the West in the audience of Uncommon Sense. Now let's get to some of these videos. We can't even fit them all in. Let's get to our first one, Dapper Dev, over 10,000. We got 2 parts from Dapper Dev.
His opinions, whether you like them or not, whether you agree with them or not, are very mild in my opinion. And also, everybody else of every other race has been, since the beginning of time, saying that to some degree. And to this day, they preach it now more than ever with all of the popularity of woke anti-whiteism. They scream it from the rooftops, from the top of their lungs.
This is how we see it evolve. When we show up, when we swash, when we introduce the key concepts and other meme curators from our work, people at first blend it with what they already know, and then they slowly make their way to only using the lexicon.
With zero resistance, women like this clap for them and praise them. Women like this clap for non-whites when they scream this from the rooftops.
10,000 people. Here's part 2.
It is taught, and it's packaged up with a nice, pretty little bow.
I agree with that part. That last line I do agree with. It is taught in the schools from kindergarten all the way to college. It's definitely taught. The anti-whiteism is taught feverishly today, quite frankly, so much that it's become normalized. It's been accepted.
Give this man a high five emoji.
In fact, you're looked at as a weirdo if you do what I'm doing and you speak out against it. If you speak out against the lies about history now, as we've rewritten history. We've rewritten history now.
Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Next, we have Dylan Burns, TV Victory TV, and he is interviewing Kevin Posobiec, Jack Posobiec's brother. 5,300 people saw this, and it's growing. And let's see.
Against ICE and Border Patrol that we saw just little skirmishes back and forth, but we didn't see any like mass chaos, which would, give more grounds to it, I think. Well, we're seeing a much larger anti-white narrative coming along, and that's not just American. I mean,
anti-white narrative. You want to check Go Free? You want to know where this Praxis comes from?
This is global now, Dylan. We see it a lot in Europe, Germany, France, Ireland. A lot of these European countries are having lots of migrants come in.
Anti-white narrative, said by Kevin Posobiec.
So you see it's the other way. So you don't hear about like white people immigrating to Somalia or Africa in this way, and there's like pushback about it. It's definitely one-sided.
Show that man some love, ladies and gentlemen. Show that man some huge love. Let's get on to Reese Waters. 81,000 people and climbing have seen this.
News go to the wrestling segments and the bunny segments completely out of season, but they're running out of old stock footage. Are y'all gonna act like the pandemic and just start running old episodes? Like, what y'all gonna do? I got an idea. Well, don't the people that own Fox News own Tubi? So as opposed to covering Trump, they just start putting on Tubi movies. And quite frankly, from what I've seen from the Tubi movies, that would really help their anti-black narrative as well.
There you have the mirroring use of our lexicon in our story, exactly as I have predicted for decades, exactly as I planned. It's happening, ladies and gentlemen, and it's been happening for a long time, exactly as I planned and told everyone and argued endlessly for. They all said it could never be done, Jason. You could never do it. They would never adopt your word. There you go. Let's head on over to Ramsey Paul, Diplomat for Western Kind. 2,000 views on this and growing.
People focus solely on anti-Semitism
regardless of the race of the people it comes from. White people need to focus solely on anti-whiteism. I hate people because George Soros and Netanyahu because they're anti-white, not because they're Jewish. Yeah.
That's Diplomat. Everybody on your feet. Raucous emojis, quadruple 07s, crowns and gems.
I have the same belief. There's a lot of Jews that, for example, are against this war with Iran. Glenn Greenwald, for example, he retweeted me. I have no problem with Jewish people. I don't have any problem with any race of people. But that doesn't mean you have to understand there are racial differences, and in some cases there's conflicts between groups of people. Right? I'm watching the show about the founding of America, and there was definitely conflicts between whites and Indians. It's just the way it is. That's how it works. You have your own individual interest, but you also belong to a group. Like in that case, the frontiers people were white or Indians, and you got to fight for your own interest. And sometimes there's conflict, other times there not. And that's just how I look at it.
The anti-whites and white people, vagues, cucks, etc., wherever they are, they can all be spoken to with the Go Free dialogic. They can all be won over. It's replicable and scalable. We will have our destiny back. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head on over to William Edion, 7,500 views and counting.
But this is important. This is important to me. And even though I'm going to be retiring in 5 months by October, I won't really have to worry about working full-time or possibly working at all if I relocate to somewhere. If I relocate to somewhere that's less expensive, I don't think I'll have to work at all. But working class issues are important to me. Because these issues, like with the Southern Poverty Law Center and what Bill Kristol said, and the corporations and the politicians, and all the anti-whiteism that has been going on the last, it's been going on for a long time, but it really ramped up the last 20 or so years. I've lived this shit.
Yes.
So even though I'm not really going to have to live this shit so much anymore, I'm going to talk about it because it's important to me, because I've been scarred by it. And I'm not a victim. I'm a survivor.
Yes, yes, yes.
And I do, my heart goes out to younger working class people. Yes, white working class people, but also working class people.
Everybody, this is as normal of a white guy as you could find. Listen to how his heart, his biospirit immediately and easily takes up the Go Free dialogic in love, and talks about his survivorship, talks about he's going to speak out because it's important to him because of the injury of our people. This is the champion that we all need to be reaching. This is normal white America, white UK, white Germany, white Australia, and on. A single people, a bed of white roses around planet Earth with many countries and many more ethnicities. We are ready to go free. And finally, there's actually 2 segments of this. We only have one because I couldn't fit anymore. We'll have to save it for next week. 60,000 views and counting on the Isaiah Factor Uncensored.
Colorism everywhere, but nobody wants to be worse than black people. And the funny thing is, everyone gets their civil rights because black people fight for them, but everybody wants to be better than black people. And you can tell with the video that she sent to her friends, that her friends, I guess except for the one who shared it, are okay with it. She was comfortable talking about it. And you see it now because I think that Trump has just made it okay for people to show their racism. And in this particular instance, it's anti-blackism.
Oh, I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. Let's see. Should I start naming some of the guys back in the day who told me that I could never do this, who kept me from the lectern, who cut my tongue out of my mouth, who undermined my reputation? I'm sorry. What did she just say? Anti-blackism, which is exactly what I said I could get them to say.
And she doesn't need to have any power. She doesn't need to have a badge. She doesn't need to be the police because she's prejudiced against black people. And somebody like that is dangerous to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got more, but we can't get to it all. And we will be right back. Lightning has struck. And this community is a self-moving machine that can never be stopped now. Never be stopped. It's fulfilled. The prophecy is fulfilled. The white race will be a people again.
Like in the mouth, when you say my name, you feed on fear. Like it's all a game, I wear my scars. Like a chain of fire, every wound you made just built me higher. And I know the shape of coming storm. I heard your steps in the walls and the floor. You can circle slow, you can click pretend. I don't break easy, I just bend. Nemesis, take your shot. Nemesis, I'm not lost. Nemesis, feel me right.
All right. Totally epic video. Big salutes. Let's get to the financial gifts and we can get to the lesson of the day and your comments you want to let me know. Let's get the raucous emojis going. Dude Bro Moment came in late on Wednesday, but as he is so trustworthy, he always makes it no matter what. Dude Bro Moment, $50 financial gift. On Thursday, he made it. Nothing could stop him. He's better than the mailman back in the day when it was all white. Nothing. Rain, sleet, or snow, volcanic eruption, warfare. Dude Bro Moment will be there. $50 financial gift. God bless the Dude Bro Moment. But he's not done because we're gathering here again today at the Church of the West with your hierarchy in nothing but glorious faith. If you're going to put money to anything, the empowerment of 9-year-old white little boys becoming men of the West, sons of the West. Ladies and gentlemen, Dude Bro Moment showing up again today, $50 more. That's a total of $100 from Thursday and Sunday. Dude Bro Moment writing for white well-being. Quadruple 07s on your feet, showing the love to the great dude, the great bro, the great moment. We love him. Let's keep it going for Corey. Corey is in today as well. $50 for white well-being. God bless you, Corey. Big salutes to you. $50 for white well-being. And remember, do not financially gift on Entropy. Entropy killed itself by making a deal with the Fuentesian devil. And that caused extra scrutiny as well as the other anti-Jews on the platform. And as a consequence, it's almost assuredly, it's primarily because of Fuentes stirring up the ire of low-level, low IQ anti-whites with all of his taboo takes, and then them fighting endlessly to undermine him. And by undermining that pipsqueak shit, he has taken away Entropy, a source of financial gifting for us here. Do not financially gift on Entropy. They are shuttering their business thanks to Nick Fuentes. And make no mistake, he'll find other ways to get his money since he has so many operators behind the scenes making sure he has dollars. It's a lot harder for us. Let me check over here. We have a financial gift on Premium Rumble. It's Land of the Fake, Home of the Gay. $5 financial gift. Thank you, brother. I truly appreciate it. He walks into the house of Swash with a 5. He says, schmucks give ammo to anti-whites. Precisely. The schmucks, the anti-nonwhites and specifically anti-Jews, they just supply them endless evidence. God bless you for that, brother. Remember, everybody tagging me is no white guilt. If you have something that you would like me to read, we have the great Weldon, entering the house of Swash with a $5 bill. And that $5 bill over his head, he says, God bless. God bless you, good sir. And that is Weldon. I think that's all. We'll get to we had some mail in the thaumatological mailbag. The thaumatological mailbag. Let's take a look inside. What do I see here? Dallas Malloy. Let's get some Raucous emojis for Dallas Malloy. She sent me some health food products. God bless you for that, sister. She knows that the past couple of weeks, I'm actually still not out of the woods with the sickness, but we're plowing ahead for white well-being. So God bless you. I'm going to be taking this. Thank you so much. The great Dallas. I go to the mailbox, and what do you know? There's all this health food stuff for me to recover and be healthy for all of you. Thank you so much. That was in the mailbag. And we also have one other thing. Let's see. Get out your Raucous emojis. Keep the celebration going. $25 financial gift in the mailbag from two beautiful people. $25. Thank you both so much. 2 thumbs up, 5 stars, mission accomplished, fist bump, A+, standing ovation, bravo, 21 gun salute, and high five. I love the card. Job well done. Congratulations. Gina and I, this is George writing, Gina and I, until finding you, we were going in a very negative way with trying to find our people. Now, because of you, we were saved from a lot of nothing for our Western kind. We think and talk about you a lot. We love you. We belong here, George and Gina. Let's hear it for George and Gina. We love you both too. You belong here. Absolutely right. You belong in the house of Swash. Let's get this up. God bless you both. That is fantastic. That is the energy. That is the focus. That is the love that takes us in the direction to these victories. We are demonstrating again and again. You can throttle it up like Nathan Lentini in public, and you can go right after an anti-white SOB and call them anti-white and have them immediately own the position exactly as we teach you, and that which works endlessly. Owning how white anti-whites, talking about how immediately, how much they hate white people. Good. You can throttle it down like the anti-whites of X, and you could show up at the bank. And we've had other instances of showing. Who was the first person to show up at the bank? Let me know in the live chat. Who went and had the credit union, went and had a huge victory there at the credit, talked with the manager. Do you remember that? Ended up talking with the teller, and then later coming in to have a talk with the manager, and the manager saying, no, we absolutely don't want to appear anti-white. You imagine going into any other environment and achieving that. Going to schools and speaking with the teacher, elementary schools, and the principal, and talking about the anti-whiteism in the book, and the teacher and principal saying, you know what? It is anti-white. I never thought about it like that. This is the path to the reclamation of our destiny. This is what it's time to get excited about. This is what it's time to implement in your life. And you've got to do it sooner than later, because you are inhibited. You are undermined. You are crippled by anti-white ideas that are in your subconscious mind. They've been in there since you've learned them. And it's 98% of your life governed by your subconscious mind. Those are the emotions welling up. Those are the ideas, the things you automatically know, what everybody is going to think about you when you say anything at variance with the anti-white narrative. This is why you undermine yourself. You undermine your potential, physical, mental, and spiritual potentials because of these meme pathogens locked in the subconscious mind. We teach you how to address all of that, to create counter triggers so you can become a hero over your own self, defeat yourself, and then be able to take this battle with increasing eloquence and efficacy to every circle of your life. And you can see how fast that lexicon can go all the way up to the most powerful person and well-known person on planet Earth, Donald Trump. It could go all the way up, if we demonstrated with Elon Musk, the richest man in the earth. It could go all the way up with notable peoples that we have who watch it. We've shared the names with you where we're allowed, who watch these gatherings and say, we are the very best, that go free is the path. We have to keep doing this. We have to keep pushing. God bless every single one of you. It's time to get on board if you haven't already. We don't have any announcements, but we do have the lesson of the day, which is a very important lesson. We're going to be getting to it in just a minute. Let me thank every single one of you for celebrating here on the Mother's Day across several Western countries. God bless to all of our mothers of the West. I love you, Mom. It's great to see every single one of you here today. Rest assured that the greatest honor you could do to your mother, whether she was white positive or a jerk or anti-white, the greatest justice you could do is by being white positive. Because deep down, that is the only thing that could have benefited her and her children and her grandchildren and her siblings, etc. That is the greatest thing you can do. That is the most courageous act of valor, is to adopt this strategy, employ it in your thinking, use this lexicon, go out into the world and change it for the benefit of Western kind, and as a consequence, the benefit of everyone of every background that lives in Western countries. As the West becomes the less white and therefore less Western, everything gets worse for everyone. White people standing up and saying enough is enough, and good non-white people joining us and saying enough is enough. No more anti-whiteism will make everything better for everyone. God bless you all for celebrating. Great to see Sean for White Wellbeing is here. Thank you, Jason. And happy Mother's Day to your mom. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. The great cool Papa J Magic is in the house. Craig is here. The Ivan the Arbabur is here. Good to see you. Dan is here. Sliding through the House of Swash among the champions. Craig says there are such great these are such great stories. Go Free gives parents the ability to give their children intuition. Yes. Yes. We've talked about this so many times. It's so important that you inoculate white children against anti-whiteism. You can only inoculate them with the lexicon. It works the same way on our children as it does on our adults, as it does on our seniors. It works the exact same way. If you inoculate them, you'll have, like so many parents in this community have had happen, which is the opposite of what has happened for people in other communities, other strategies. The opposite. The children come back to the parents and they say, oh my God, you were right about everything. It is anti-white. They are anti-white. You have to inoculate our children, or white children just become more foot soldiers for anti-whiteism. They either are active anti-whites or they're vagues that submit to it. More children won't matter if you don't inoculate them. So look at the difference. I cannot tell you countless times, and it's not hyperbolic, and I can say it even though Candace Owens can't, even though she makes 60 million in 10 months or whatever it was. It's not hyperbolic to say that I have had countless conversations with people in the white sympathetic sphere that are cucks and schmucks. And they come back talking about how their children have all been turned against them. Either they're turned against them in grade school, junior high, high school, or absolutely once they've gone to college. This is the most common conversation where adults aggregate in a conference or a meeting or whatever it is to talk about our victimization. This is the most common invariable conversation that is had, that the children have turned against them. And we know exactly how to make the opposite happen. Julian is here. Good to see you. Bass is here. Good to see you, champion. Cindy Boone is in the house of Swash. Some anti-white saying it's going to be a mocha nation. No chance in hell. The peoplehood of Western kind is incipient here. It's created. It's happening. This is seminal. It's spreading. The West is ours. JK160 is in the house. Chatterstan is with us. Samuski is with us. Samuski says, Ramsey is right, and so is Jason. Yes, sir. Somebody was asking about bumper stickers, and Greg helped out. Yes, indeed. They're on the website, nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. Thank you for that, Craig. Good on you stepping up. The force of nature, Shannon Oliver himself, is with us. Great to see you, brother. David is here. Thank you all for coming over. Church of the West on Sunday, Mother's Day. Craig asking, how have I been? I'm always awesome, even when I'm sick. Thank you for asking. I notice that Google limits vocabulary so much that a lot of the words you say, I can't verbally look up while driving, but have to type them out. Yes, because it's been dumbed down. And you'll also notice that the speak to text 10 years ago worked perfectly. But since they had to start incorporating all of these different disparate accents from these people from all around the world, so that their speech, so that their broken shit English could be understood by the voice to text, now it doesn't understand what a normal speaking white person is saying. Yeah, it's been totally dumbed down. But of course, on the other end of the spectrum, we are terribly advanced. So, I mean, that's just the reality of it. We are above, head and shoulders above the population, and knees, waist, shoulders, head above Fuentes. Justin is here, champion. Craig said, I didn't realize you were sick. And that's the way it should be. The great Franklinator is in the house. Great to see you, brother. Lambda is here. Hello and welcome to you. All right. Well, we have your opportunity here to tag me as @NoWhiteGuilt. No spaces, nothing touching it. In the final minutes of the Church of the West here in the office of the House of Swash. So make sure if you have anything you'd like to say that you let me know, and I will take a look at it. We had some other items that we didn't get to. We had, of course, we had the article, Dan Bilzerian writing, I think Nick Fuentes is a Fed. Dan Bilzerian slams, right? Commentator over voting Democratic in 2026 to, quote, punish the GOP. Absolute nonsense. We had the New York City's broken mental health system to blame for the maniac's fatal subway staircase shove, says a quote unquote expert. Expert of nothing. The system isn't broken, it's white erased. Norms, standards, etc. of the white race have been white erased from the mental health across the country, across the West. And that's how we see these psychotic instruments of anti-whiteism roaming the streets and murdering people. We have all of the answers. We also have this, and thanks to Tree Godfather, New Orleans sheriff indicted following investigation in a months-long prison jailbreak. Do you remember this? We had this police department white erased. Where was this? Louisiana? White erased. And of course, the collateral beneficiaries of the white erasure of white males is anyone, non-whites, and females of all races. And they put a bunch of non-whites in charge after getting rid of all the white males. And there was an enormous prison break. And everybody wondered. We had, of course, we had it right. We said the white standards, norms, customs, education, etc. have been white erased. And so that's how this happened. And now here's the article bringing you up to speed. A grand jury on Wednesday indicted Louisiana sheriff, whose office came under investigation after April 10 inmates broke out of New Orleans jail in an audacious escape that happened on her watch. 30-count indictment handed up to the New Orleans grand jury, charging Hudson with malfeasance obstruction of justice, and falsifying public records. Well, well, well. This is what happens when you white erase these roles. There should be, by statistics, almost 100% chance that this would be a white man and no one would be escaping. But no, he's working someplace else. And the inmates get to be jailbroke, and they can go and rob and rape and pillage and cause mayhem because that white guy now works for John Deere, or he's walking the beat instead of being the chief. While Sheriff Hudson did not personally open the doors, her refusal to comply with basic legal requirements and to take even minimal precautions in the discharge of her duties directly contributed to and enabled the escape, said the prosecutor. Stumbling is with us. Great to see you, champion. Every action in aid of white well-being is a double victory because it also defies conformity with the anti-white narrative. Very well said. Big salutes to Stumbling. Henry is with us. Great to see you, Henry. You said anti-whiteism is a runaway train that will crash and burn. I hope it's not like a plane that will kamikaze our civilization when it crashes. Well, what I mean is there's no putting a bridle on anti-whiteism. We will grow as we are, parallel to its strength. We are stronger by the day. We are catching the effects of anti-whiteism because the go-free dialogic defeats the social morality of anti-whiteism. It defeats it in all of these scenarios that we're seeing time and again, people videotaping their interactions, sharing the stories of their families, their children. And so as a consequence, we will build what they cannot harm, what they cannot damage. We will take control of entities that formerly were damaged by anti-whiteism and will repair by our presence and our white positivity. And at the same time, they will be unable to further damage. Their runaway train will destroy themselves and anti-whiteism. Thank you and great to see you. Urban Landlord is here. Hello and welcome. Anti-whiteism 777. The anti-white pig is conflating nation with country or population. Tag me again with the context there. I'm missing it. Azimuth Clark is in the house. But you're right about the conflation of nation with country, generally speaking. It's always erroneous. Okay, so what do we see in the world? Well, for decades, your hierarch has argued for white well-being. And I will share this as I look for tags over on Rumble. There are none on X. Land of the Fake says, I'm effing tired of the dumbasses. Me too. I argued for the Go Free practice. And everywhere I turned, everyone said, can't work. Everyone who was anybody in the white sympathetic sphere, either forward-facing or otherwise near the top, can't work, even though all of it was logical, even though all of it was rational, even though all of it showed results of success, proof of concept over and over. They said, no, it can't be done. You can't do it. You can't promulgate a new set of concepts, and you can't get our people to use them, and you can't get anti-whites to use the mirrored version of our concepts, which works to their detriment in our story. None of that can be done, Jason. We just have to sit around here and complain about Jews and complain about blacks, or in the cuck circles, they told me, you can't talk about our victimization at all. So we've got to promote non-whites that are cuck-servative, and we've got to laud them and put them on the stage. Everybody said it couldn't be done. And now, not just now, but now for over a decade, you all have been witnessing it. as we have succeeded, as we continue to have bigger and bigger victories, these same individuals, the same garbage that said you can't do it, it could never be done, now show up to say you didn't do it. That's the mentality. That's the kind of character of these folks. Now, does that make sense? They're supposedly on the same team. Supposedly. Because it's only a pretext when they tell you that they are pro-white. They're just anti-nonwhite. If we were actually on the same team, if they actually were fighting for the well-being of our people to arrest our victimization, then they would celebrate the freeing of our people and the arresting of our victimization. All of these content creators, news variety shows and everything else, they would all be talking about us. If white well-being was their actual objective, they would be celebrating our victories. They would be saying, what have they achieved next? What has the Go Free community done now? Can we share some more positivity with our audiences? They never do that, do they? They would be piling up at my door, banging on it, demanding interviews. Tell us how this works. Tell us about Azimuth Clark's son. Tell us about the little boy in the elementary school. Tell us about the Aurora Police Department. Nothing. Crickets. It's the same motivation that causes these people, despite the endless examples of Donald Trump's administration doing things for white people, it's the same motivation that causes these people to decry Donald Trump and his administration. The same people that endeavor to illegitimize Donald Trump and his administration, because pro-white is something that SPLC pays for. Pro-white is just the titular lead. They're really just cucks or schmucks. So no interest whatsoever. What's happening when we look out into the world and we see all of these? I can't even show you a fraction of the comments in the wild, the videos in the wild, people using the totality of the 6 key concepts: anti-white, anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, Western kind, white well-being, white erasure, and more. White guilt, white guilting. We could go all the way down. White labeling, white pixelating, all the way. We could keep white scapegoating. We could go down the line of people picking up all of these weird concepts that I was told endlessly were never going to be adopted. And none of these people have called to apologize. They all know the arguments that we've had. They all know the debates that we've had. Still none of them. I want you to measure ostensible pro-white content creators by how much time and attention and laudation they give to these victories. Measure them by that metric, and you will find all of them wanting. Where are they? I mean, we have people like Dr. Joseph Ford Cotto, who is not even in the white sympathetic sphere, that has far more interest and is far more excited about our victories than you ever find in the white sympathetic sphere. Doesn't that tell you everything you need to know? It's counterfeit as all hell. So what we see when they're trying to deny us that we have done this is the Go Free practice become the Go Free Praxis. The Go Free practice is the theories, the strategies, the lexicon, the dialectics, the arguments that we employ, the focus on our well-being. It is the totality of the theories that compose the use, dissemination, and the results of the personal use and dissemination of the lexical and dialectical armory of Go Free. It is also a consequence of all of the theories of our strategies to promulgate that we have made widely known, that we bruit to the masses, that we bruit to the masses for over a decade here on the internet, a decade, all of you participating. This is what we do. This is how it works. This is how we promulgate it. And this is what the results will be. And then the results occur in society. So you take all of the theories that are the Go Free dialogic and all of the theories of how to promulgate that dialogic, because the practice is the promulgation. This is how we arrest our victimization and liberate our people. All of those theories that then result in what we see in society is the Go Free praxis. This is the Go Free praxis is the result of our mimetic, engineered, strategic dissemination strategies. These are our theories, proven, proof of concept. And once in society, the Go Free praxis, I wrote to myself here, engenders mimetic, self-referencing, self-reinforcing, lexical and dialectical feedback loops, exactly as we predicted. Great example is getting large content creators that we target for various reasons to adopt the lexicon. They repeat and promulgate. We go after their audiences. All of that reinforces itself. It gets picked up in various. Do you remember I went out for a while at a bunch of different channels and found people that we were swashing on and found that they were using in like gun channels and that we were swashing on. And there was a gardening, and we are everywhere because of the practice that results in the praxis. So when the garbage shows up and says, you didn't do that, you tell them that's the Go Free practice made the Go Free praxis, the theories realized in the real world, and then dismiss the garbage. Jealous garbage. You'll have people that show up because they have succumbed to the sunk cost fallacy, and they've invested in spurgery, they've invested in taboo grifters, they've invested in cuckery, they've invested in schmuckery, and nothing's resulted from it. So instead of celebrating us and our victories for white people, white children, they want to deny it to us. They want to deny the Go Free praxis, the Go Free practice made evident, materialized as the Go Free praxis. What we see in the world is the Go Free praxis. And you can trace that line very clearly directly to the Go Free practice. End of conversation, garbage. We are doing this. It is our work, and we need good people who are in bad communities to continue. We need to continue to glean the gold from the gravel, or maybe more appropriately said, the gold from the manure. You need to come to Go Free. You need to liberate yourself and become a swashbuckler extraordinaire, dominating your circles of influence, taking this fight to where the West was lost, the dinner table. And you'll find the bravery and the words to be able to do that by going free. Never forget it. Never listen to these people again. It is all the work that we're doing. You just tell them that's the Go Free praxis. That's what we've planned all along, and that's the materialization of our Go Free practice. Powerful stuff. I'm going to see if there are any other comments. I want to thank Land of the Fake for being here today. Good to see you over there on Premium Rumble. Bone Sikor is here. Great to see you, champion. Great to see you. Who else? I think Dallas is over here as well. Good to see you over there on Premium Rumble. Giuseppe is here. Hello and 07 to you as well. For some reason, I can see your name this time. How weird. Who else was there? If I missed you, a hello to you if I missed you on Premium Rumble. We have Tom is here. He says Fuentes is a 5-foot trans. Ivan was over there as well, celebrating everywhere. I love Ivan's energy. True hero of the West. The great Ivan Zahababa. We'll see if Odyssey. All right. No one over there. No one comment on entropy. Let me make sure we got nobody here. What a Mother's Day. This is the way to make your mothers proud. Misty Zokoff is in the house. He says it's dinner time and he's having nachos. Good to see you, brother. I don't eat nachos, but I would have a few with you. Winger Productions is here. Great to see you, champ. He says, I'm not the wordsmith you are. With the Don's uncouthness, is there another argument to promote his white positivity other than his father? Well, getting him to repeat the lexicon legitimizes it in the eyes of his audience. So speaking directly to his audience with the lexicon, as we do, legitimizing it, getting him to repeat these things legitimizes it. And ultimately, who knows where he will end up? He's going to be repeating these things as he has to his father. And who knows where he's got a lot of years left in life. He's, he rides that conservative rail, and he's in the power centers of conservatism. So he's going to be a little harder to sway in a deeper way because of that, because the conservatives are going to want to keep hearing that cuck echo from him. They want it bouncing around each other. But you don't know. You never know what will happen with a man. So stick with it. Keep using. Always, you say things like, great example is, if he's talking about mistreatment of blacks, as cucks are wont to do, agree. Yes, anybody mistreated on the basis of their birth is awful. That's why anti-whiteism is so awful, Don. Agree with that. Toss in our lexicon. I've done that, it feels like an infinite number of times with conservatives. I've even agreed with them when they've said racism is evil. And I knew that I wasn't going to be able to have a lot of time with them. I knew that there wasn't going to be another touch. So I'll say, you're right, it is. That's why anti-whiteism is so evil. Because you're condemning white people on the basis of their birth. Anti-white couldn't be any worse. Nobody should be discriminated against, persecuted, thought ill of on the basis of their birth. And no children should be taught that their people are evil. And that's what we see with white children. Completely redirecting them. Great question. Thank you for that, good sir. Anti-whiteism 777 said, Mocha Man fantasizing about white erasure. That's exactly what it is. Beautiful use of the lexicon. Masterful use. Well done. We're definitely running out of time here today, but it's been a glorious. After the YT chat or the YouTube chat alternatives for white well-being members during live streams, better for communication. No, probably the YouTube is the best for chatting with each other. That's where the most folks show up. YT is difficult to reply because usernames must be typed while scrolling quickly. Oh, what a pain in the ass. Yeah, I hate that. Here we have another probably anti-Jew schmuck. Dude, are you a Fed? You a Fed? How unoriginal. You a Fed? Yeah, totally deep undercover. They got me started at 11 years of age. I've been involved in organizations and helped organizations and been at rallies and been at marches and more than you could ever count. Wrote numerous books, have produced many, many thousands and thousands of hours. It's been all a deep operation to help white people and white children. So what are you actually after? Are you after helping white people? Because that's what we do. Or are you just looking to injure Jews? And then if somebody's not talking about doing that, then they must be a Fed. Because this isn't the place for you. We're white positive. We're ending the victimization of our people. You can prattle on about Jews for the rest of your days. I couldn't care less. You'll do nothing to achieve any ugly ends that you have for Jews, not even the slightest. You will ruin your life and your relationships. Be my guest. Go ahead. Complaining about Jews doesn't create a people out of the deracinated white race, which is what we need if we're going to put an end to our victimization. Dude, are you a Fed? Says the monk. Are you a Fed? Henry says, that's a great explanation about how they can't harm what we create. I was wondering, what if we take up the habit of sending emails calling out anti-whiteism at companies and more? Why not? Get yourself, it's one of the actual practices that we teach, to familiarize yourself with the use of the lexicon and dialectics. Don't be afraid. Focus on us. Where is our representation? Where is the happy, normative white family? I feel like this company is anti-white, and I don't want to believe that about this company. Great question. Stumbling says, you should have said you found Go Free written on a set of golden plates. He said, then those morons would have listened. You know what? There's actually some truth to that, Stumbling. That's how sad people are. That's how jealous they can be. That's how mean-spirited they can be. If I were to come out and have said, I found it written on golden tablets, instead of, we went about this the Aristotelian and Baconian way of men of the West and created this. And now we have something that works every single time, everywhere, keeps getting testimonials, keeps succeeding. And they're like, I find that suspicious. Oh, what, you found it written on the side of a golden calf's ass? Totally believable. This guy's a prophet. A total prophet. Let me check one more time over here. Then we'll be rolling out. All right. Another glorious Mother's Day and Church of the West in the books, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, tomorrow we're getting together. Mondays, 8:30 p.m., Seeds of the Shade Tree. We've got Justin and Robert get together, and we're on X here. I'll be retweeting it, and I will be there for some, if not all, of that space. And then back here again on Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Please, for the love of God, if you are going to be with your resplendent hierarch, you have got to make this an alarm on your phone. All of these different platforms will undermine your alert. They will unfollow you. They will not allow you to see my tweets. I am the most deboosted man on planet Earth, period. That's the end of the conversation. You've got to make sure that you're going to be able to find your way back to the work that we're doing. Or, like we've had happen before, you'll have people that show up and say, holy God, I found you last year. I followed you then. This is the first alert I've ever had a year later. We don't have a year of your life to waste for you to be a better you, for you to be the hero in our story, for you to achieve your potentials physically, mentally, and spiritually, to become a true man or woman of the West, influencing your circle, swashing online, and recapturing our destiny for Western kind. This is it. We're in this fight together. We're standing shoulder to shoulder. Everybody's on the field. So I'll find you there. I'll be looking for you. Make sure when you see me, you holler out my name. I love y'all. Let's go free.